Hey, what up, squad? About to get started. We have first conversation ready to go in a second. It's gonna be with one of my mods, actually, and a friend of the channel, Sharpie. But if you guys wanna join the conversation, you gotta join the Discord. There should be a command, !Discord. And you can get into stream disagreements, and I'll drag you in. For the purpose of what we're talking like right now, like it can be like questions too. It doesn't have to be just disagreements. But if you go into the disagreements channel, I'll know to bring you in. I'll also give you my take on it. If you haven't heard it already, or if you don't like that little the fight me and Hutch had. Oh yeah, I heard about this. Yo, what up, Kyle Kalinsky fans? Secular talk, folks. Yo! We made it. No more music. End it. All right, everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone is doing well. Did you all have a wonderful Wednesday? It's Wednesday. Okay. So a lot of conversation online and in various different spaces regarding the shooting that took place, what I think is a murder. And we're definitely going to talk about why I think it's murder. And it's all really going to come down to this question of justification. Ultimately, murder is the causing the death of a human being with malice aforethought without justification. Those are like the three elements you could see. That is, that you actually caused the death. I don't think anyone serious really disputes that the gunshots, at least some of the shots, maybe he missed some, maybe they all are significant causes. So there could be some causality analysis as to the particular bullets. And we'll talk a little bit about that if you want me to. But no one really seriously doubts that this officer caused the death of another human being. Malice aforethought is a common law term meant to refer to bad motive. And in general, in the context of homicide, it is usually cashed out with intentionality or recklessness to the degree of kind of depraved recklessness where there's a constructive intent, absent certain, some might say, policy exceptions like heat of passion, mental insanity, those kinds of things. So in general, intentional states of mind or depraved heart states of mind when it comes to homicide. So we have the causing of the death of another human being. We have probably what would suffice for malice under the normal common law rule. And the only question therefore is whether there's a justification rationale here. And what everyone is talking about is self-defense. So it really just is going to ground out into a self-defense argument. And if you don't buy self-defense, you're probably going to find that this is some kind of homicide. Criminal homicide, which does the only kinds of criminal homicides aren't just murders. They're more than just murders that are criminal homicides. But just so that you're aware here, it just seems that this person who shoots the gun has practical certainty that death either will occur or is, almost certain to occur given the nature of the weapon being used and the distance and the relative situation. So we are going to talk a little bit about that justification defense with first Sharpie. And hopefully through this conversation, you can get a sense of my position on why, at least on current evidence, I think the justification fails. And if not, you can get into the Discord and we can ask more questions about it. I will always say in questions of self-defense, it's very fact-specific. So the use of quote-unquote precedent, you got to be very careful with it. Because so much precedent when it comes to self-defense, unless you know what you're looking for, might be inapposite, it might be in a different context, or might depend on facts which aren't present here. So just be very conscious of that fact. And also there's a possibility that there's some crazy other fact that we're not aware of. And this was true back in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, where there was big disagreement about, whether this previous conversation Rittenhouse had at a different store some weeks ago was relevant to his state of mind, in that perhaps he was trying to provoke. There was an argument about whether or not, raising the gun, he actually raised the gun so as to provoke it. Those were some of the arguments that some people, I think a little bit coping, were trying to talk about in the lead up to the trial. So just think about what kind of crazy evidence you might think exists out there, perhaps, that might change fundamentally your perspective on this issue. But I think that we have enough out there in the record for us to make a preliminary assessment. And so those are my initial, I don't know if they're organized thoughts, but they're certainly what I'm thinking about right now before I bring in Sharpie. And if you have additional questions or points you want to raise, feel free to jump into the Stream Disagreements channel in the Discord. And thank you so much. Yeah, I'm in favor of abolishing ICE. I am in favor of that, yes. We need to change it fundamentally. Destroy it and make a new one. Start over. I do agree with that, yes. So thank you, Josiah. And Josiah, always appreciate it. If you guys haven't followed Pondering Politics on YouTube, what are you doing? Like, of anyone that I want to read the news at me, and give good lib takes, good, strong lib takes, passionate lib takes, it would be Pondering Politics. I mean, that really is. Like, I don't always promote shows that I like watch a lot. His is one I watch significantly, because I usually will actually watch more conservative news, because my mind is generally more tuned to like being combative and trying to find out what the other arguments are. But he is actually like and same thing with like Secular Talk. When he has like if there's an issue that I really care about, I'm gonna watch the Josiah on it. I'm gonna watch the Secular Talk on it. Then sort of lower from that tier, I'll watch the Pac-Man on it. Those kinds of people. But those are like my go-tos in terms of like, if there's an issue that I really care about, they're on my regular feed. So definitely go to Josiah for your good lib take. Go to Secular Talk for some base takes as well from the left-wing perspective, and appreciate all of the follows and all of the support. So let me bring in Sharpie. He'll be our first person. I'll mute alerts just for now, but they will pop up. You can still see them. My good friend Sharpie, how are you? Sharpie?
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Doing well, my guy. Talk to me. Talk me through what's going on. What are your thoughts? You are a longtime member of the community, a mod, and a good friend. So talk to me about your thoughts, and welcome to the stream.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, like we've been talking about in the server, I don't have a super hard take, but at this point, I do lean towards that it's justified. I think that when you combine basically the two video angles, the slow mode zoomed in closer angle, along with the version that unfortunately Trump tweeted and said a lot of false shit about, if you combine those two, to me, it seems fairly distinctive that the officer was to some degree struck. I'm not out here to act like that was a significant strike, but there was definitely contact, and right upon when that contact happens is, in my opinion, when the first bullet is fired. And so to me, that looks like justified, at least at that moment in time.
Okay, so let's break it down by its base parts. Okay?
Yep.
So let's start first, if we can agree on a standard of self-defense and use of force in this case. And this is just to set up base things that we all agree on. I haven't planned this in advance. This is just how I always look at this issues, and Sharpie is well familiar with this kind of style. I think he's a big boy.
Yep.
You and I both agree that shooting a firearm constitutes deadly force in this case. And so there's a standard of deadly force that needs to be applied.
Correct.
Okay. And we both agree in this context that we're not talking about the use of deadly force in one of these like weird situations where there's a suspect fleeing from a scene where he has or is alleged to have committed one, like a qualifying offense such that flight alone is a justification for deadly self-defense. Here I'm talking about running from the scene of a murder, running from the scene of some major assault in which serious bodily injury actually occurs, or running from the scene of some sort of sexual attack where there is sort of aggravating circumstances that make the flight by itself justification for deadly force. We're not talking about that, right?
Agreed.
Okay. So the only thing we're talking, and this isn't like a military strike, so we're not analyzing this under the rules of war or any kind of other authorization. What we're talking about here are merely the rules for self-defense as a justification. Agreed?
You got it.
And defense of others as well, which we both acknowledge.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I think so we agree with that. So the rule for deadly self-defense for police officers, we agree, is both objective and subjective, in that the officer needs to actually have the motivations that are the qualifying motivations, and they need to be objectively reasonable in light of the circumstances taken from the perspective of an objective officer in their position. Agreed? It's both objective and subjective. Okay, great. And so the question is, what is the standard? The standard is you're allowed to use deadly force if a reasonable officer in their position would feel that there is a risk of serious bodily injury, a reasonable risk of serious bodily injury and or death to himself or others. That's the question, right? And you agree that that's more or less the standard. There are different distillations of it, but that there is, a fear of those two qualifying things, either serious bodily injury or death.
Yep, at base we agree.
Okay, now this might seem less relevant to certain people or less critical to certain people, but when we take the analysis, I think is also important. Do you and I agree that we run the analysis at the point in which the force is actually used?
Can you clarify slightly?
Yeah.
I think we do, but
Okay. So here's how I'll clarify. So obviously the risk needs to be imminent. It can't just be in the future. It needs to be like now. We're talking imminence in terms of the risk.
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And when we analyze all of these factors, that is the subjective mind state of the officer, whether it's objectively reasonable under the circumstances, and whether or not it's imminent and whether the force is therefore reasonably justified, is at the moment in which the force is applied and at every other moment in which forces continue to be applied.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like exists a qualifying threat and that will justify endless amounts of force in the short term. It's like whenever there is an application of force, we run the analysis. And if it's like if the force persists over some period of time, like the Chauvin hold, if you recall when we were having the conversation about George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, we analyze the use of force throughout the entirety of the time period in which the force is applied.
I think I reasonably agree with you, but where we're probably going to differ later on, not initially, but later, is how long of a period there needs to be there. Because I completely agree with you in the Chauvin case. Like, you know my stance there. Significant time period that you're talking about. From here, I'm assuming later on you're going to get to the second and third shots. That all happens within like 4 seconds.
Right.
And so we may disagree about the period in this case specifically.
Got it. All right. But I'm assuming perhaps the rapid succession of the shots you'll use that perhaps as mitigating circumstances for why it was continuing to be reasonable to continue to fire. But you're not saying as a categorical manner that just because deadly force is justified in one instant, that in another instant, let's say a second later, is necessarily justified.
It's not necessarily correct.
Okay, got it. All right, so let's actually break apart the incident, and it might be helpful for me to just pull up one of the angles we have, and show our audience. So just give me a second. I don't want to show the actual shots, but I do want to show like more or less the scene, so people can get a sense if they haven't seen it already. So just, I will mute it as well. And here we go. Do you want me to share my screen as well, Sharpie, so you can see it?
You're fine. I'm watching stream.
I'll share it. Just why the fuck not? Just because I'm a good guy. Okay, share this. Alrighty, and you should be able to see that. And I will switch scenes over to it. Okay, so we're all watching this angle. We're seeing two officers. This woman appears to be in the middle of the road, at least partially, right? And
yep.
she has stopped. Two officers walk over. There's another officer that comes around, that is the one who actually takes the shot. He just comes into view there. You can see him in sort of to the left of the officer who's currently at the window, and that's the officer whose perspective we're analyzing. Fair?
Correct.
Okay, cool. At the point in which the car is backing up, the officer has made contact with the car, correct? This second the officer whose perspective we're not
the
analyzing.
Second officer, correct.
Right. And she is moving notwithstanding the fact that the car is in contact with the officer. But it's not justified at that moment, fair?
Correct.
And talk to me a little bit through that. Why isn't it justified for the officer right now to shoot the vehicle when it's backing up? To shoot at her?
the vehicle is not moving in the direction of the officer, thus to be a danger.
Okay. So this is my whole point with it, Sharp, and then I'll let you kind of run it. Some questions on me if you like as well. Is the mere contact of a vehicle to a police officer, even though a vehicle is in many circumstances would be considered deadly use of force, isn't a per se finding, or that people would think is putting an officer in reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death. In other words, there needs to be more than mere contact with a vehicle, even if it's intentional or knowing on the part of the person driving the car, for us to think that the officer is now in a reasonable state of mind where he apprehends fear of serious bodily injury or death. And I think we've already agreed on that, but just to reiterate the point to the audience that mere contact is not enough. So talk me through this other part. What's your analysis here? So she accelerates right around. So she's backing up, and you agree that she's turning to the right, and you agree that she's not trying to run him over. That's a lie when the administration says that.
I don't think her intent is to run him over.
Okay. And do you think he knows that?
Again, let's be clear. This is the point where you and I we're going to do mind reading here.
Yes.
Right? Like, we don't have any actual knowledge, and this is just going to be our suspicions.
Yeah.
So I think here she backs the car up, and then she puts it back into drive, and she proceeds to move forward. And I think what she intends to do is she just intends to leave.
Got it.
Okay. I think that I do believe that's her honest intent. She's not actually trying to hit the officer. She is just trying to leave at this point. But when I think you view this from the other lens, from the officer's lens, I think from the officer's vantage point, and there's a different video. You've probably watched everything at this point, but there's a different video that starts a little bit earlier on where you can hear officers saying, "Leave,
yeah,
leave."
Get the fuck.
Okay.
Oh yeah, before that.
And then there's a pause, all right? And then two more officers get out of the truck, which includes the two officers that you see right here. They get out of the truck. And now at this point, right before this moment, they're saying, "Get out of the car, get out of the car." And so while they're saying, "Get out of the car," this woman goes into reverse, then puts it into drive and hits the gas.
Yeah.
And I think from the officer who we're actually analyzing, who pulls the trigger, so he has walked all the way around the vehicle. He started at the back at the rear of the vehicle, walked all the way around to the front. In different angles, you'll see that he at one point in time had his phone out.
Yep.
It's not clear to me if he was trying to take pictures of the driver, of the license plate, or of the passenger in the vehicle, or
I assume he's doing lawful stuff with the phone. He's taking images for. I'm not unreasonable. He could be using the phone for some sort of lawful purpose and some investigatory purpose. So yes, we're showing where he has the phone, and everyone can see him with the phone. Yep.
Okay, so here's my mind reading of the officer. All right, the officer is at the front of the vehicle. This driver has just put it into reverse and backed up. His colleagues are telling the individual to get out of the vehicle. She switches it into drive, and he hears the wheels start to turn coming towards him. I don't know at what point he's looking at the phone or looking directly at the driver. When she starts to progress towards him, that's when he reaches for his weapon and draws his weapon. A little bit further on is the moment where you and I will slightly disagree, but I think the video shows that he is at least grazed by the vehicle. We also know that the bullet goes through the windshield. And so my assumption in this moment is maybe he was looking at his phone still. He hears her switch into drive, hears the wheels start to turn, looks up, suddenly she's coming at him. He steps slightly to the side, but doesn't know if he's going to get out of the way or not, draws his weapon. He gets hit. The moment that he gets slightly glanced, the gun fires. Now, whether that's at that...
He fires the gun.
I'm going to assume he fires the gun, correct. Yeah. So I'm going to assume that he intended to fire because then after that he fires 2 more times.
Right, yeah.
So I'm going to assume it's not just like a reflex. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fired 2 more times.
Right.
Okay, so
and then he wouldn't be
fully,
an objectively reasonable officer in
right.
his situation, right?
So he intended to fire the gun. He fired the gun the first time, and then the my conjecture for the other 2, but we should spend more time focusing on the first shot likely.
Yeah.
But my conjecture for the other 2 is just in that moment, adrenaline. He's perceiving that this person, I fired once and maybe there's other people still out in front. He's probably not looking further around and fires 2 more times.
Okay. Let me give you my perspective before we do this. So I think that I'm representing this as the moment in time in which approximately when the first shot is taken. And I think that when the first shot is taken, the best available evidence suggests that he's out of the path of the vehicle or lying on top of it, and continuing to make contact with it when he doesn't have to. I don't think that at the moment he takes a shot, he is in any danger of serious bodily injury or death. And that's what I think the analysis is. Whether he was contacted by it, whether even if he were like hit in a way that would hurt him at a point in time, if when he takes the shot, he is not in risk of serious bodily injury or death, then it's per se unjustified. You'd agree with that, right? He needs to actually perceived. I should make that more particular. At the moment he shoots, he needs to have an objectively reasonable and actually subjectively perceive a risk of serious bodily injury or death. And if he does not have that reasonable perspective that he is in fear of imminent serious bodily injury or death, then it's not justified. My position is I'm representing this as approximately the moment in which the first shot has taken place, and he's clear of the vehicle. My position is he is not in line to be hit by this vehicle, and he can see this woman turning the wheel to the right, away from him. Like, I just think that makes the first shot a shot that's taken without him being in reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death.
So number one, I don't know that he can see the wheel. I'm not going to be easily convinced likely that he is perceiving what direction the wheel is at this moment in time. It's all in a matter of 2 seconds, right? Like 2 seconds earlier, the wheel is turned the other way. 2 seconds later, it's straight or turned to the right. I'm not going to perceive that he understands what has happened there perfectly. The other piece then is where you and I differ slightly is I think this is just after the contact has happened. I think that, in a couple milliseconds or something earlier than this is when his either like waist area or potentially like upper leg gets glanced by the bumper. And so I think that his leg gets slightly knocked and then the shot happens. And so you're accurate that this is where the shot has happened. But I think the contact has already happened in the couple milliseconds before this.
Even if I grant, so there's another video that purports to be from, that is from a different angle, and where people zoom in on it, and people have said that this is where he gets glanced by the vehicle, and I'm just going to even grant that he is glanced at a moment by the vehicle. So he's glanced.
I mean, if you grant that he gets glanced, I'm just going to be honest. Maybe we have a different interpretation, but if I get hit by any kind of a front end of a vehicle,
you think per se deadly self-defense?
I perceive that I could be killed.
No. The question isn't perceived that you can be killed, unless you're saying you perceive that it's reasonably justified to kill. Is that what you mean?
No, I perceive that I'm at threat of imminent bodily harm.
Just because there's contact by a forward-moving vehicle, no matter how incidental, no matter how unlikely the contact is to cause any kind of serious injury, which did not, in fact, occur?
For the most part, I think yes.
Really? I mean, so you know what I'm going to do then, Sharp? I'm going to do some ridiculous hypothetical where there is contact, but it's at 2 miles per hour. It's a bump out of fun, and he's laughing when he does it. you're gonna be like, no, that's not enough, right? It's just a little.
Where I still think it's imminent bodily harm potentially. I don't. What's hard is where the use of force becomes justified or not. The problem is I do think almost any contact from a forward moving vehicle. Now, you said 2 miles an hour. That's probably not actually being accelerated. I think where I would add is like acceleration.
Okay.
And in this case, there's clearly acceleration.
All right. So now let me change it
I
up a
think
little bit.
when there's acceleration of a forward moving vehicle, that is potential. I mean, we just saw the shit from clavicular.
I know, but that's
clavicular,
wait,
right?
no, I know, but in the clavicular situation, he slams on the gas in the direction of the person who is not in a situation in which he's turning away from her, and where there doesn't appear to be likelihood that like she's going to ram into the person, unlike the clavicular situation where he's going towards the guy with a full slam acceleration and where he's totally in front of it. I think it's a completely different situation. Look at the position of the cop when he takes the shot relative to clavicular in the situation that we watched. It's totally different. It's night and day. And but I just want just a little thing on a hypo real quick, which is suppose that he gets clipped and hit, but not seriously injured. It hurts him a little bit. There's some contact like that, but it's not serious. I mean, these kind of bumps have happened before in your life. Have you ever been in a situation where you got like grazed by a car?
No.
Okay.
Definitely
all right.
not.
You feel it, but it doesn't hurt or anything. And the contact then ends. And then the car moves, let's say hypothetical, 5 meters in front of you. Can you shoot then?
No.
Right. Because you are allowed to use self-defense in response to an imminent
bodily harm,
not one that's
right,
not one that's already occurred before.
Right, correct.
So that's what I think people are missing in the analysis is you need to analyze whether he is a risk at the time that he shoots, whether he is perceiving objectively, that is to say, objectively reasonably, in an objectively reasonable fashion, a risk of serious bodily injury or death. And I think the fact that he's glanced, even if he is glanced, and or where there's contact at t equals 0, if at t equals 1, when he aiming the gun takes the shot, isn't in such a situation where he objectively and reasonably perceives a threat to serious bodily injury or death, then I think it's not enough to say that he was glanced or he was hit with some trivial amount of contact, which did not and would not, in the ordinary course of events, cause any damage.
So let's say that he was looking at his phone, right? So he saw the position of the wheel previously where it was turned the other way. Okay? Let's say that he saw the wheel, the position of the wheel when it was turned to the left.
To the right.
And he's looking at his phone. No, to the left.
Oh, you mean when
previously,
when he's backing up? Right.
Right after she backed up. So let's say he's looking at his phone after this moment.
No, but he's not, because he's looking right at her. Look at him. You can see his eyes. He's looking.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that he can see her hands at this point. So even
what do you mean? He's right there.
It this way, he's looking her dead in the eyes. Potentially, her hands lower. Like, I don't know about you, but when I turn my wheel like this, my hand is like all the way down at the bottom, not visible from the outside.
So you think that it's possible that she had her hands below the wheel?
I think that it's possible that he's not seeing the wheels turn, and he saw the moment prior to this, like literally a second earlier, the wheel was turned the other way.
Right, but he's seen the car turn. He's seen the car turn.
I think we're overanalyzing of how we can do these awesome things in slow-mo, but in real time in 1 second, you're saying you would be able to see in real time that the car is going to miss me and I'm not in any harm.
Well, it was trivially easy for him to step to the side. Does it look like he gets any kind of significant hit from the car?
He definitely looks to me like he gets struck. And the other point that I would just make to you is, if he's not struck, I guess you're just going to grant to some degree that he's like glanced then. But if he's not struck, explain the bullet hole in the windshield, and
That's
especially
easy.
if
That's
that
easy to
bullet,
explain. That's easy to explain. He was standing.
especially
He was standing in a position where he could have been glanced for sure, and he might have been glanced for sure, but that doesn't mean that he was in risk of serious bodily injury or death. Oh shit! I don't know what happened to my camera. Just 1 second. Fixing it. I'm fixing it. So this is a situation in which a he's he sees that she's backing up, and like he's watching this conduct. Why do you think he thinks that she's backing up? Like it seems
I've
like
seen enough cop videos where people will back up like this so that they can accelerate much harder. They'll intentionally back up to give themselves more separation and then slam the gas so that they had more room.
and you think that that's what he's reasonably saying,
I
even though
think
the
he can
wheels
easily
are
perceive
turning
that.
and the whole car is turning to the right.
I get what you can see on a video, but he's literally a foot
He's in
away.
front of her. He's seen her move the wheel to the right, and you're saying, well, she might have had her hand. And just to be, there's a moment in which she puts her hand on the wheel. Let's just see. I think I can
We
make
have
out her hand.
much
Go for it.
like we have a much wider view of this than you would have standing right in front of the vehicle.
I think he would have a more direct view.
I feel like he would be looking specifically just at the person, not even. I don't know how much he's focused on the full car and not just on the person's
Okay.
face or on the person's hands to see if they're reaching or.
Okay. We have a different apprehension of the degree of threat to this individual. And I think that he is not at risk of serious bodily injury. And I think that he objectively would not have that apprehension. An objectively reasonable person would not have that apprehension. But now run me through real quick. Let's say that I were to even grant the first shot is justified. How about these shots? Here,
Yeah, I don't.
there's no possible justification. He is well and truly clear of the vehicle. He is shooting at her using deadly force. There is no longer any risk of serious bodily injury to himself or a death to himself or anyone around.
I don't think he perceives where the other officers are in this moment, to know whether there is further imminent harm or not.
Why would shooting the person in this? So you think that right now he is justified in shooting because he doesn't know where an officer is?
I don't know. I'm less confident about the second and third shots.
Here's the deal, right? I think in order to justify these shots, you would have to say he's doing so because it's reasonably necessary to respond to the risk for another person of serious bodily injury or death. But there just is no other person that he could conceive because A, there's no one there.
To the extent that he knows that, but at this point we're now facing an entirely different direction than he was a minute ago or a second ago.
Right. So like he's letting shots go without knowing if there's anyone, right, that he's protecting. It's certainly not himself.
Don't get me started. He's violating all kinds of policies.
No. This is unjustified, right? It's unjustified to use deadly self-defense when you're not in reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death, and you're not perceiving anyone else to be either.
I think I'd be interested to see case law on like shots within 2 seconds of a reasonable shot.
You think that there's like a fun zone after a second? You can just let him go?
No. That's really crude. Jesus.
Well, I'm just asking. Do you think
Obviously, that's not.
it's like a 2-second grace period? You can shoot whoever you want.
Obviously, you know that I don't think that.
It's a bit of a meme. But do you think that that's conceivably the rule? No, it's at every moment you have to analyze whether the force is justified. And at this moment, right? At this moment, he is walking forward parallel to the car, or trying to get parallel to the car, to get a better shot at this woman. And there's enough time for him to apprehend. And he should be letting this car. He took his shot. The car's past him. He should immediately drop his pistol. Agreed? Why is his pistol still up? The moment the car, assuming the first shot were justified, the moment the car went in front of him, he should have lowered his weapon.
If you put another person out there in front of the car, though, you would change your mind.
But
and so
potentially, potentially, but not even
those,
necessarily, because shooting the vehicle, how does that alleviate the threat? Shooting the person, how does that alleviate the threat? If like she's not gonna, the car isn't gonna magically stop because you kill the person inside of it. But even if I granted that, there's just no person there.
Compare this analysis to like a cop gets shot at from someone and then unloads their full magazine. Like, even though the first shot, you know, they fall to the ground and the cop unloads the magazine.
Wait,
you think that the rest? So take an example where a cop and a dude are in a gunfight. Okay, so this guy is fired at the cop. The cop fires back. The guy falls to the ground, and the cop unloads his magazine because he's not.
Well, yeah,
sure what's happening.
There, you can say, well, there's a way in which the cop is still at risk, right? Because the guy can pick up the gun and shoot back at him. But a car doesn't work like a gun, because in order for a car to be a deadly threat to you, it needs to be able to hit you in a given moment. And so, but yes, if after subduing the individual, he's shot to pieces, Rooster Cogburn, and all of a sudden you walk over to him and you're like, hasta la vista, baby, and shoot him in the head after, like, you take 2 seconds, that would be unjustified. But if it's kind of ambiguous, well, like, does he have extra rounds? Does he have another gun? That's a situation where, like, okay, I am so willing to give wiggle room. But a car doesn't work like that, because a car is something, an implement that in order to kill someone needs to be reasonably in a position to do that, as opposed to a gun, which is like a ranged projectile weapon.
Like I said, I'm likely more swayed on the second 2 shots.
Yeah, and I think the second 2 shots, there is not a really good defense for him. Because no one, I think, can reasonably say that the second 2 shots are justified on a self-defense rationale. So they have to invent, like, a ghost that's in front of the car, or some other circumstance that she's, like, reaching for a gun or reaching for a knife, some invisible knife, or that she could have been doing that. But of course, there's no evidence that she did. There's no real reason. Like, we both agree that she's most likely trying to escape. So we just don't think it's likely that she was doing that. And there is no other person there. And so, that's hard to say. And then if it's the case that he hit her with any one of those shots, I'm going to have a tough time not seeing some amount of causation there. And in Minnesota, it's like significant contributor to death is enough for causation. So if he hit with those shots, that's going to be murder.
What if he only hit with the first shot?
If he only hit with the first shot and didn't hit with those other 2 shots, I think it's a more open question about whether if the first one was justified. I just to be clear with my audience where I stand, I don't think the first shot is justified. I don't think it's justified. But if the first were justified and he missed with the second 2 shots or whatever, the second 2 or 3 shots, then so there's no causation for the second 2/3 shots. You could still get him on a crime for those shots for some other reckless endangerment, perhaps in Minnesota, and so he should be charged with that. But even if not, maybe there's a theory of causality there, that the second 2 shots, like, otherwise contributed to her death by causing her to, like, slam in the brakes, and then, like, and maybe it's the crash that killed her or something. I don't know. But In
So
general,
you've basically hit my take. My take is that I think he should absolutely be charged with something. I'm fine with him being charged with murder if that's what they want to do. That's fine. Let the case play out. We'll see what happens. I don't think he'll be convicted of murder. I do think he would easily be convicted of other things. But I do think, based on what we've seen, it seems very most likely to me that the first shot is the kill shot.
based on what though?
Based on through the windshield, looking at the bullet hole, the spider webbing on both sides seems pretty even, as if the bullet went in pretty straight. So that seems to make sense to me that went straight into her torso.
Yeah, but like shots can more than one shot a can be causative of death, right? If you have a second shot that hits
Yeah, I
from
understand. It's possible. We'll
right,
have to see
so
what the autopsy says,
yeah,
right? I
if
mean,
she has two
it's
bullet
also
holes in
possible.
her, I think this guy is like kind of fucked unless there's some reason they don't charge him or some other legal issue.
Well, it's also possible she has 3 bullet holes, but one is in the torso and the other 2 are in the legs.
Right, so they probably are significant contributors to her death at a bare
Hmm.
minimum. That's the threshold for causality, something like that. In
Okay,
I
maybe.
forget because we did this for Chauvin, where causation
Yeah,
it's not like the end all be all. Multiple
right.
things can cause of results. And as long as it meets that mere threshold of for causation purposes significant contribution, then we call it causative of death. It would be like, so guys, if you don't realize, suppose that you have a cancer patient who's dying, right, and they're gonna die like tomorrow, and you slap him in the face with the intent to kill him, just to put him out of his misery. Now, a lot of things contributed to that death. Let's say after you slapped him, his feeble state, the chemotherapy, the tumor everywhere, and then the slap. But the slap was a significant enough cause such that you could say that the person who slapped caused the death from a perspective of causation. Does Minnesota have jurisdiction here? Is the question I'm going to chat. So, folks, I don't think that you guys should I know you're not asking this, Crass. So I'm going to start with a question you didn't ask. Question the authority of DHS here to arrest. I think that whatever group, we don't know the official group these people are a part of, probably enforcement removal operations or whatever, ERO from ICE, probably some DHS contingent, but by and large, you should assume that these immigration officers are empowered to make these arrests. Most federal officers are empowered to make arrests of people who commit crimes in front of them, even if they're unrelated to their specific domain. So I don't think you should question the authority of DHS to make these kinds of stops in general. And it would, even if it weren't textually enumerated, which I think it is in we had this conversation in the Discord for a little bit, and I cited the provision of law, which I think clearly grants DHS officers the authority to make these kinds of arrests if it's done in front of them, even if it's not related to immigration shit. It's almost certainly implied, like, how can you possibly run an enforcement unit and not have kind of like implied arrest authorities, to the extent that you have any, of things that happen in front of you that are alleged to be trying to stop you from exercising your other authorities. It just really does seem that it follows from, and in this case, I think it's actually textually enumerated by the statute. Your question, though, was, does Minnesota have jurisdiction? Of course, right? This is happening in Minnesota, and this is like not federal land or anything. This is Minnesota state jurisdiction. The question is, if they charge the ICE officer with this crime, can they do that? I think the answer to that is yes. I think that the ICE officer or DHS officer will be able to remove it to federal court pursuant to a statute that provides for that. It provides for the ability of federal officers in the performance of their duties, if they're charged with a state level offense or civilly found liable, they can try to remove to federal court. I think that will be successful. But I don't think that there's anything here that would deprive Minnesota of jurisdiction to hear this case. The only question is going to be whether or not this was authorized under federal law, and that will turn around on whether or not this was a justified shooting, because obviously the feds aren't authorized to do unjustified shootings on you. And so I think that the like preclusion question, the question of federal jurisdiction, rises and falls with the reasonability of the use of force itself. So I think that's all coming down to the same issue, which is, was this self-defense? And if it was self-defense, then you can't claim it isn't from the perspective of state law. If it's fine under federal law, common law, or under federal or the general principles of self-defense, then I think it'll be fine under then you can't try him for it. But that'll rise and fall with the general self-defense principles. Sorry, that was a long answer, but yeah.
Just clarify for chat, even if it gets removed to federal court, that does not mean that he can be pardoned.
Right. It's still a state offense, right? It's a crime against, it would be, state of Minnesota versus Ice Goon. And it would still be a state prosecutor bringing the charge. It just would happen in a federal forum in Minnesota. That's what Trump tried to do with some of I think the Georgia case, which they rejected because they're like, this is not official when he tried to do all this stuff. So just be aware of that there's a removal statute, but just because it gets removed, as it probably would if you tried to do it to federal court, doesn't turn it into a federal prosecution. It's still a state prosecution in federal court. But I hope that answers some of the federalism issues that are taking place here. But yeah, that's I think you have a kind of leaning with respect to that a jury will give. This is kind of the Hutch take that a jury is going to give a lot of latitude in these kinds of situations. That's kind of like a realist analysis of what the jury would think, right? That's number one.
Yeah, I think that my lean on this feeling develops from a harder lean that I have a very hard time finding that a jury would convict for murder if the evidence shows that at least the fatal shot, if not the only shot that injures her, is the first one, and if we can definitively prove that the officer was struck.
Got it. And on your own view, you think the first shot, based on current evidence, was probably justified. You lean that it was justified.
I lean that it was justified.
And the other shots, you're more agnostic about, more leaning on the side of they're not justified, but it might not matter for purposes of the murder. Right?
Yeah, correct. Okay. I'm probably stronger that those aren't justified than that the first was justified.
Oh, that's helpful. Okay.
But I don't. But to me, I mean, you make a compelling argument about causality that I had forgotten somewhat from the Chauvin case.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if either of those two shots landed, or if they, just hit the vehicle and didn't do anything. But
like, imagine her head exploded because he shot her in the head.
Though. I mean, the guy has no idea what's downrange. He's violating a billion principles. It's insane. But
right, that makes it, I think, more likely that it's an unjustified shooting. Right, the fact that there's very little value. What is the rescuing value if you don't know what's downrange? If you are well and truly clear of the path of the vehicle, you're not aware of anybody in the path of the vehicle. Like, at that point, what the fuck? What could be the possible justification for that use of force at that moment?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, we are armchair litigating it. Like, we have more.
That's kind of what these self-defense cases really are. Just break apart the timeline. It is almost kind of alien to approach an issue like this, and that we're breaking it apart moment by moment. But that is what courts and juries are called to do at every moment, to analyze it.
I think some charge is definitely going to stick. I just don't think it'll be murder.
Well, we'll see. I think that if they try to charge him with murder, there'll be a billion. I think the people are right to think that Trump and the DOJ are going to try to intervene and raise jurisdictional issues and raise you can't bring this in state court issue. So I think that this is not at all clear. I'm not making a prediction that he will get in trouble at all. Just putting it out there. But I do think it's murder, even if I don't have a strong view about what a jury will think, or whether I think that there'll be some sort of procedural bar that I can't think of at the moment. I just think that this is murder. That's my opinion on it. And I think that all the shots are unjustified, and especially the last two, the later shots. I'm just there's no fucking shot. There's nothing there. And Trump can't pardon him for this kind of shit if there's no federal. He could pardon him to the extent of their. I mean, this might itself be a federal offense, but just no one has any confidence that he would get charged federally. So he could be pardoned federally, but that wouldn't apply to state prosecutions.
Would your take be less strong if the second two shots don't happen?
No. With respect to what?
With respect to if it's murder.
It would change, yeah. But it would change in terms of its confidence, just because I'm so confident the other two shots are like preposterous for anyone to argue they're justified, in a way that the first one, I think, it requires a little bit more thinking. So my level of confidence would go down from like, holy fuck, you're crazy if you think these other shots are justified, therefore clearly murder, to like overwhelmingly, I think it's murder. Even so, it goes from like me thinking you're almost bad faith if you think those other shots are justified, to me thinking that like it just is very likely that they're unjustified. But it wouldn't change my disposition. I would still think it's murder if you just have the first shot, and that is analytically entailed by my view that it is unjustified. Right? Saying anything else would undermine that point.
What would your view change if he was fully in front of the vehicle?
If he was fully in front and she sees him, right? Right? Presume.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he's fully in front of the vehicle. He has the ability to get out of the way, but instead he shoots.
Yeah, there I would be. That would significantly change my point of view. In other words, she's practically certain that as an incident to her running away, she is going to hit him head on. Yeah, that would change my view.
I don't know Minnesota law well enough, but any possibility that she's disobeying a lawful order and fleeing felon applies at all?
No, why would it? This is the analysis
Lawful
is a
order to get out of the car?
Yeah, no, the analysis is still the same. Doesn't change. There's not an easy way to bootstrap it
Okay.
to some other violation, because this is obvious. This is the kind of shit that would apply to criminals who are running away from even more serious offenses.
I don't know if you've also heard the conjecture that I've seen online. We'll see what more comes out later, but supposedly she had been following these agents around for some period of time.
Yeah, it doesn't change it. Doesn't change it in my mind.
So maybe she was harassing at other places, or they perceived her as interfering multiple times over the course of the morning, and now they've decided we're going to arrest her because she's interfered so many times.
Yeah, it doesn't meaningfully change it unless they have some reason to believe that she's like more dangerous or something. But even that, you would have to show the person who made the shots knew about it. Not enough to have some after the fact stuff that he didn't know about at the moment. You know?
I mean, your take on the other two is totally reasonable, and I do think to some degree that is biasing your take on the first a little bit, but
I think he's clear, man. I think that I don't think that you're denying that he's clear. I think that you think he was hit, and that's coloring a lot of your analysis. I think that even if he was hit, I think when he shoots, he's not in danger. Even if he was hit, there was contact, and he looks like
I just
fine.
I don't know how you do the analysis of like within 0.2 of a second or something after getting struck, he fires his weapon, that he knows that he's not in danger, in serious bodily harm.
That's what we do for every one of these shootings. Is we break it down like this. Yes, we give cops a lot of authority, but when there are shootings like this, we break it down like that. At that moment, would an objectively reasonable officer in his shoes think X, Y, or Z?
I feel like if this is truly your analysis, though, that you would think that juries get it wrong with cops a lot.
When? Think about a situation, and then I can tell you about it. I think there are times in which they've gotten away with shit they shouldn't have.
I feel like this is just this is the level of like discretion that I would anticipate happens in a case like this, but
no, but like
where the officer just gets more reasonable, the the likelihood that he felt like he was in imminent bodily danger for a police officer in this situation is higher than if it was just you or me, random Joe Schmo on the street.
Maybe. Wait, sorry. So the likelihood that they're going to hit the officer is more than you or me?
No. The cop pulling their weapon and firing here is given way more credence than like if you or I did this from a glancing blow like this.
Yeah, why? So if this were all right, so here's the analysis because it's the exact same one, all right? Suppose this weren't a cop and this were a civilian and you're in a stand your ground law state. So no duty to retreat, just like cops have no duty to retreat. If this were civilian on civilian, justified or not? The first shot.
I probably lean more not justified than
yeah, that shouldn't change it though. That shouldn't change it though.
The whole reason is because I think that we give cops more like I would expect a cop to have a better sense of imminent bodily harm than a random.
That doesn't change it. It doesn't matter.
And I do feel like it would change it for the jury, especially, but
maybe for the jury, but between you and me. Guys, don't be mean to Sharpie in the chats. All right? Do not be mean to him. He is way more reasonable than average person arguing this from the other side. We walked through all the steps. He was very reasonable about setting it up. And this is so just be nice, okay? This is I'm told I should do this with people that I like you and Hutch. Sorry. But I'm noticing some of the comments. Just be nice, right? But yeah, I don't think the analysis should meaningfully change. If she's in reasonable fear from an officer perspective, from a civilian perspective, I think imagine this was like some cranky mother who's like, stop, I'm getting out of here. I'm fucking getting out of here. And suppose that like this guy was like, no, that's my baby's fucking crib or whatever. You have the fucking shit. That's my thing. And so for whatever reason, don't analyze the analysis of the person coming in to be like, hey, don't go anywhere, right? Presume, right, that this person has either authority or at least it's questionable whether the civilian has the right to make the stop or to be in front of the place and to claim that there's, hey, you're running away with my thing and there's like a dispute about it. So it's, it's unclear. So I'm trying to isolate the factor of authorization to make the stop. And we're just looking at the analysis from a self-defense perspective. I think most people say that's crazy. No, you couldn't shoot then. You just have to let him go.
Yeah.
And especially the other
after,
piece that, that's great.
The other piece of this that 100% biases me is that I don't know. I definitely have a bias at first when people aren't just listening to orders. It triggers me like none other that people won't just listen to the officers. If they tell you to do something, just do it. Like the time to fight a cop is in court.
Oh yeah. No, I agree with that. But that's just for obvious reasons, even though we're frustrated at this. And yes, I agree she should have, and this is why you should. We cannot let that unduly influence our analysis.
That's fair.
Well, hey, think about it. We'll talk more about this, I'm sure. And I appreciate your analysis.
Hey, love you, bro.
All right.
See you.
Later. We're going to go to Bucket of Crabs next. And then we'll go to Ogre Boy. Yo, what up, Mr. Bucket?
Sorry, I was muted on Discord.
You're good. What's up, bro? Say something.
So I think I might. Hello. Am
I'm just testing your audio real quick. Keep talking.
I am talking. I wrote down notes while you're talking to Sharp. I think I might agree more strongly than him.
All right, hit me.
Okay, first, is in the criminal trial for his murder for the officer, when we're talking about his fear for his life, is it a reasonable officer or like a reasonable person?
The different formulations of it, because a lot of the deadly force like authorizing statutes or policies refer to officers, I think that it is tailored, like the language, to officers, but I don't think that that meaningfully changes the analysis of like what's deadly to a human being. So even though I think you're right, it's formulated specifically to an officer, and the justification thing, I don't think that like changing it from officer to person meaningfully distinguishes what's happening here. Except for officers don't have a duty to retreat. So to the extent that you live in a state where there is a duty to retreat, or where at least no stand your ground law is present there, that could meaningfully alter the analysis.
But like, if you're a regular person, do you have some like leeway as far as like panicking in situations where an officer wouldn't?
Oh, right. So like, if what you're implying is, I think
Because
an officer would have even
more,
more
yes.
expectations on them. Yeah, to the extent that it affects it at all. And I don't think that it's super significant here, unless there's some reason to think that I don't have a reason to think it's hugely significant. But to the extent that it is, I would, my prior would be that it would increase the standard on officers to be aware of shit.
Same page. Okay. So at the start of the video you were watching, you agree the tires are spinning, right?
Let's see. At the start of the video, by which you mean at 0 seconds?
Like not necessarily at 0 seconds, just when like she reverses and then she goes forward, the tires are spinning when she starts going forward.
Let's wait. So when she reverses, I see tires spinning. Okay. So she reverses
and also
onto a
when
patch
she
of
goes
snow.
forward.
When she goes forward, I see tires spinning. Correct.
Okay. So she's in snow. She's goosing it. Yeah.
Goosing it meaning what?
Hitting the throttle, giving it lots of gas.
She is accelerating. I don't know if I'm going to characterize it beyond that. I don't know what you mean.
Well, she's spinning the tires, right? More than the traction allows, she's hitting the gas. And that's even with ABS and all the tricks in a modern SUV. And it's four-wheel drive,
she is hitting the gas
tires too. It's kind of wild.
Enough for it to move at a moderate amount of speed. What would you say that is?
The important thing to me isn't necessarily the speed, it's the spinning tires. Yeah.
Why?
Because if someone's next to me and if I'm a reasonable person and they're spinning their tires, like goosing it right by me, even if they're not even aimed at me, especially if it's rear-wheel drive, but even an SUV, especially in the snow, I'm going to have some amount of fear for my safety. Yes?
No, not if it's right in front of you.
No?
Wait, hang on. If someone is goosing
These cars don't go sideways when their tires are spinning?
So wait a second. If you are standing 5 feet and the car is coming and they're goosing it and you're literally past... different. Okay, so you asked... if you don't want to put in a qualification in your question, I'm just going to pause real quick. You have to ask the question you want an answer to. And so if you said, yeah, so, but no, I'm going to finish my answer. So you need to be very careful when you ask a question. If it's like, well, if anyone's goosing in front of you, are you going to feel at risk for your life? The answer is no. And you agree with that, right?
No. But
you don't agree with that. So if you are 5 feet away from where the car is angled and they're goosing it.
When I said no, there wouldn't be a fear for their life.
Okay, got it.
What I meant there. Sorry. More the situation I'm thinking about is it's like the cops are staying like right next to the car, right? So it's like, imagine I'm at like a parking lot or something. I'm talking to my friend, not looking at the car, maybe in my peripheral vision, or maybe even looking at the car, because these cops are clearly looking at the car.
Yeah, the cops are all looking at the car, correct?
Yeah, sure, yeah. And this guy is in the right of me, and for whatever reason, he just wants to get the hell out of the parking lot. And so he accelerates. I see his rear wheels spinning. I would have some fear for my life, a little bit.
Okay. You would have some, if you're not looking at the car, you're saying?
No. Like if I'm looking at him, like if I'm looking at the car, they're trying to go straight. Their wheels are spinning. They don't have control of the car.
Says, wait. So why do you think that she doesn't have control of her car? Is because her tires are spinning.
In the snow.
And why do you think
your wheels are spinning, you got to let off the gas?
Wait, why do you think that this means that she doesn't have? So establish first. You're qualified as you've seen enough cars that you know that when wheels are okay. So what is your What is the basis to believe that that she is not in control of her vehicle at the moment she does this? What is the basis to believe that?
I'm not sure there's a strict basis to believe she is not in control of her car, but if all you gave me was there's a car nearby you, their tires are spinning, do you think they're more or less control of the car given only that fact? I would say less control of the car.
Based on what?
Their tires are spinning. You shouldn't spin your tires.
So, okay, so the tires.
If you're spinning your tires, you ran out of traction.
The tires are spinning, and the wheel is spinning, and she's moving. And it's like a half second of delay because she's in ice for like a half second. It's like barely a second.
So when the tires are spinning, the car will literally go sideways. But more commonly in like a rear-wheel drive car, it also happens in four-wheel drive cars, they tilt to the right. They'll torque with the motor a little bit. The tires are spinning so they don't grip on the asphalt, and they twist a little bit, generally into the direction where the officers are standing.
I think we have to just go even more basic. What does it mean for a tire to spin?
It means the tire is rotating faster than the car is moving.
The tire is rotating faster than the car is moving.
So it's like the ground speed of the asphalt relative to the car is higher than
ground speed of the asphalt.
Yes, so it's like if you're in the driver's seat of the car, there's some relative speeds here. Yes, you relative to the car, 0 miles per hour. The tire, as it's going to touch the asphalt, is actually traveling 49 miles per or however fast you're going backwards relative to you in that moment. Yes.
I don't understand what you mean. So the tire is spinning some amount of speed, and the car is not moving. Is what you're saying, right?
Well, the car can also be moving, but it's basically when you're trying to go forward, you got to spin the tires. Yes, because we have an engine, that's what we have to do.
Yeah. So I understand that the tires spin, the wheel spins, and the car moves. That's my expertise of cars. You're gonna have to have a foundation for all this shit.
If you try to put more power into the wheels than the traction can handle, your tires spin relative to the ground, i.e., your tires are moving faster. The rubber on your tire is moving backwards faster than the ground is. Normally, if your tires are not like rubbing, spinning, doing any of that slipping maybe is the more correct term, your tire rubber as it touches the asphalt is 0 miles per hour relative to the asphalt.
Okay, so now we're gonna analyze. Okay, so which, if any, I think I'm starting to, but so to help me understand, which, if any, of these tires are you saying is spinning in a way that you think is what you're calling the tires are spinning? Which of these tires?
As front left, I'm looking at it right now. As soon as she gives it a little bit of gas, see.
What?
You can watch the rim. It does like maybe an entire revolution. Not all of the tires are doing that.
Wait. Is the front tire? So she is turning. She is turning. I'm also streaming it in the Discord. She is turning the tires to the right, right? And I'm asking which of the tires is doing what you're calling spinning, or the tires are spinning.
Sorry. Now I'm looking at the Discord stream. Hit play when you want me to.
Okay.
So right when she goes forward.
So here she's backed up, so that's why the.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point,
right then,
which tires are you
front left? Or it's behind his. It's behind his foot right now, but I saw it do a little bit of slip. Maybe is the more correct term than spinning, because obviously.
Would you call that spin, or is she just cranking the wheel to the right to go right?
No. The tire is spinning more than the car is moving. Does that make sense to you? It's if it were not like slipping, the car would be going faster. Not all of the tires are rotating at the same speeds either, because certain tires are getting more grip than others, and traction control is trying to help her.
So you think that this tire that's right in front of the guy with the phone, front left,
yeah,
you're characterizing this as spinning.
Right as soon as she taps on the gas a little bit, you can watch it like slips because she's in a little patch of ice.
Right in the
Am
front?
I crazy? Front left. If you just even the back left, because that's like fully in the ice. I think actually less on the back left.
Maybe I'm stupid. I see her
Maybe
back
I'm
up,
stupid.
and it goes in the direction that it would seem that a tire would go if you turn to the right and accelerate. I'm not seeing
Okay.
what's.
You did agree at the start though. There's like a delay when she hits the gas and actually like goes and does stuff, right? There's like a little bit of delay.
It's so from this. Let me see when the start.
So there's a
Actually,
little
I'm
bit of
not
slip
sure.
happening.
Let's see. Let's see.
Because that's what I started with.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it at 2.5.
Bullied.
I'm not trying to bully you. I'm just trying to understand it. All right, she's backing up. Very slow.
Yeah.
Now it rotates.
Right. So the front wheel is rotating. The back wheel is not rotating.
This is at 0.25, and hang on. So let me just.
As soon as that transition happens, watch the back wheels and the front.
So
wheels.
it goes
back wheel not moving, front wheel moving.
Yeah.
Like rotating. Yeah.
All right. So what I see that the front wheel is moving more than the back wheel.
Okay.
Right.
So that means there's some.
What does that mean? Okay. And what is the conclusion from that?
Basically, she's giving it too much gas. If she wanted to accelerate optimally, for instance, she should give it less gas. But she's probably a bit of an inexperienced driver. She wants to get the hell out of there. She gives it a lot of gas.
Okay.
I would argue too much.
I think that this is completely relevant. I'll tell you why.
Sure.
Because at the moment that the officer takes the shot, he is not in a position where an objectively reasonable person would feel that there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death.
Well, and that's why I brought up the distinction between reasonable officer and reasonable person, because I feel like a reasonable person there, it's like they're slipping, you get hit by the car, you shoot 3-4 times, all that, like getting hit, ending your last shot happens within 5 seconds, maybe less. I feel like there is some leeway I might give a reasonable person that I wouldn't give a reasonable officer, just for panic, especially for the extra shots. You need panic for that to be at all reasonable.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to analyze this not at the point at which there's like, granted, the fact that like she was going forward at all, they drew their weapons and stuff, but when the shot was taken, he was cleared from the vehicle.
Well, my argument is
it looks clear.
She doesn't. If I agree, it looks clear, but like I'm saying, I'm not sure to what degree there is like a danger just because the tires were slipping, but I think it's non-zero. I.e., someone does that right next to me, even if I'm looking at the car, I'm a little pissed.
Okay, so here's the question: what are the odds you think what are the odds you think that this cop in this moment is thinking, "Oh wow, the car is slipping, and so I'm in danger because of the slippage from the condition of the road"?
That is a little harder.
Yeah, I don't think that he's thinking about that. And so if he's not thinking about it,
I think if
I
think he notices. Wait. I didn't completely concede he's not thinking about it at all. I said it's a little harder. Because earlier,
it's subjective and
you
objective.
said there was literally, because earlier you made a point to Sharp that was like, there is no fear, or there was no danger. He didn't get hurt. There could have been no danger. I'm not sure I 100% buy this slip thing. I think you could try to argue it to a jury better than there was literally no danger and whatever.
Well, I didn't say no danger. I said there's no danger of serious bodily injury or death. That's the relevant danger.
If there's danger of her like spinning out, and they're that close to the car.
Right. So do you think that there's a serious, from you, if you were in the cop's position, would you think that there's a serious risk about a serious bodily injury or death? That there was a reasonable risk?
If I was standing there and I saw her tire spin, I'm literally sprinting the other direction.
So obviously, at the time the shot is fired, where he's cleared of the vehicle, put yourself in that position.
I'm still sprinting the other direction. That person could spin out legitimately, and they're going right next to me.
When you say they could spin out, what are you saying?
I don't know. I.e., if I see their tire slipping, I know they don't have 100% control of the car. I don't know what they're gonna do.
No, No, I asked you what you meant when you said they could spin out. What did you mean by that?
I.e., so like remember we were talking about the tire slip thing?
Yeah, what do you mean
Rear
could?
wheel starts spinning. What do you mean by you want me to give a probability?
Like it's well, what are you meaning by it? I'm asking what you mean when you say it could spin out.
If you're in the snow, someone is trying to get out of a place as fast as humanly possible. Their tires are slipping. I think there is a chance, even because I 100% agree. I don't think she was trying to hit anybody, but I think there's a chance that she could lose control of the car, as in the back wheel starts spinning, the car starts rotating, and basically takes people out.
What kind of chance? Like just a mere probability, a low probability, a more likely than not probability, a huge probability, or a very, very small probability? You'd agree it's very, very small, very, very small, right?
Well, I'm not sure how very, very, like, it would be enough to make me take action if I were standing there.
Kill them?
Would you consider that small? Not kill them. I'm like, if I'm just a reasonable person without a gun.
Yeah, maybe you get out of the way, but
like I would obviously step away, run away. Like I perceive a danger there to myself in so far as serious bodily harm.
Even
that's why I would be running away.
Even at the point in which the car, you're out of the path of the car.
Around, brother. He's still by her windowsill when he's done firing. Yeah, like by her window.
Yeah, no, I know that the car could come around, the back could come around. That's not masking it. Yes. It could, right? So it could, right? It also could not, right? So what are you saying?
Not.
So what are you saying when you say could?
Because it could happen. He could fear that it could happen. He could have.
Do you see the problem? Fear. Do you see? No. Well, a reasonable fear obviously will take into account relative probabilities, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly like.
So if you're not sure what the problem, if you're not sure what the probability is,
can I run a really quick one, real quick?
Yeah.
If someone wants to play Russian roulette, and they have like I don't know a 1 in 100 gun, and they load the 1 in 100 gun at me and they shoot, what does that mean? Does that mean they weren't intending to kill me?
No.
Just because the probability was low?
Well, it depends, right? At some low enough probability, the answer is yes, right?
Well,
by virtue of
like
you agree with that? Wait, don't say what. Wait, hang on a second. So let's just agree with things you agree with. You agree that
approach zero.
Wait. Hang on a second. So let's just agree on things. All right. Have you ever gotten in a wrestling fight with a friend or brother?
Yes.
Okay. There's a chance you could kill them, right? They could kill you.
Yes.
So they could kill you, right?
Yeah, but we both consented to it, which I think matters.
No, but let's say that he's you wanted to stop and he just is not listening to you, right? He's like, oh, stop, and he thinks it's like more fun, and you want it to stop. He could kill you.
Oh. Well, yeah. Like, and in other contexts where that's not your brother, I think we should take that into consideration.
Well, no, the whole point is,
if it's my brother, I'm not going to be like, oh, we should fuck him.
The point of this is that whether it's reasonable to use force in a given instance depends on probabilities. If you're taking into account the possibility that something happened, that you're taking into account probabilities, aren't you?
Yeah, I agree. We're taking into account probabilities. I'm not sure a small probability instantly precludes a reasonable fear. Like 5% chance.
I'm not saying it precludes it. No, I'm sensitive to 5%. But do you think it's that high? That 5% she's gonna lose control of the vehicle, and it doesn't seem like that fucking horrible condition.
It's a high stress situation, no?
No one doubts it's high stress.
She's spinning the tires.
It's a partial second, and she doesn't appear to ever lose control of the vehicle or appear to have lost control of the vehicle. You agree with that, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But largely because of traction control. It wasn't her keeping the vehicle under control. It was the car.
Okay. It doesn't seem like an objectively reasonable officer in this situation would be thinking about that.
Well, I'm not. They're not. But they are thinking about the tires are spinning. They can see that there's a delay between, like she hits the gas, you hear the engine noise, the car starts moving with a delay. There's a bit of sliding happening, obviously.
Okay, let's say that I even grant this. Okay, I don't grant it, to be clear. I think that at the time that he takes the shot is when we analyze it. At the time he takes the shot, even though it's possible the the back of the car will hit him, there's no reason to think that it's likely, right? It's not likely.
Well,
Agree? It's low likelihood.
Okay, now are we doing reasonable officer or reasonable person? Because like, is he allowed to panic when he gets hit by the car? Well, I think a reasonable person.
No.
In conjunction, what? You're not allowed to panic as a reasonable person?
Well, it depends with respect to like not panic such that I'm just shooting uncontrollably.
Well, no, because I would agree if there was literally no danger, the panic doesn't affect it at all. But now that we're in not zero danger, but maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want to put a number to, then you get hit. Panic hits.
Let's say it's someone hit. So you're a person.
Of that probability can change. Yes.
It can change. We say it can change. What do you mean? Ask the question you want to ask. Ask the
like
question you want to ask.
That's very.
If you say can, I'm going to assume it's possible, and by possible you mean merely possible. So ask the question you want to ask, and I'll give you the answer I'm going to give.
Okay, so maybe I should change it to do you think it's probable that, and not talking about reasonable officer, just reasonable person, it's like there's some low probability they experience some thing in conjunction with that, like some event that could cause panic.
Could cause panic?
That does cause panic because he got hit by a car. If that's what we're going to go into the assumption under, yes?
Yep.
Okay.
You're asking if there's a low likelihood that someone could be panicked because of the hit of the car that was experienced there.
Well, I'm not saying low probability that they're panicked. They get hit by a car, that alters their mental state. That affects, I think, probably affects.
Everything alters mental states. I don't like talking to you is affecting my mental state. You need to be more specific. What you're talking about?
I'm not. It makes them less rational. Is that more specific or less specific?
So getting hit by a car makes
less rationally.
Does getting bumped by a car make you less rational? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
In this circumstance, if he perceived it as getting hit by the car, I think it would make him less rational.
If he perceived getting hit by the car, it would make him less rational.
Yes, because if he didn't perceive it.
Okay, but we do the objective.
You acted like that was ridiculous.
But no, but because we do the analysis from an objectively reasonable perspective. You understand that? So rationality is baked into it.
But the perception, we're right. Rationality is baked into it. That's why I'm asking. Is like getting hit like imagine he literally got his like toe crushed and he like it I don't know. He runs over his entire foot. He screams in pain. He does the shots. Does that change it at all?
No, I think we take the analysis from an objectively reasonable person, not like a bloodlusted person who got hurt, and also doesn't appear to got hurt.
So if he did get hurt and like that's what caused him to act irrationally.
Yeah, if he acts irrationally, then it's not justified self-defense. He needs to act objectively rational.
If he got hurt by her.
Well, let's just run it. Let's just run it. Yeah, he might run a reactor. But make sure you're phrasing this the way you want to. Let's say someone goes up and sucker punches a cop and then starts sprinting away. And then the cop gets on one knee and shoots him in the back. Justified or not?
It depends on the time. The way you phrased it with gets on one
second
knee,
after.
I would say no.
A second after. 1 second after.
So it's like punches in the face. The dude literally has the holster, pulls it out, shoots him.
No, the guy, but all right, he punched in the face like, what the fuck? 1 second later, gun out, shoots him in the back as he's running away. Justified or not?
I would say no, but I don't think it's disanalogous to here because, like we're saying, we're in probability land where the car can potentially come around. Yes.
Well, the guy could potentially come back around and fucking.
Well, the car could potentially go back in reverse.
Right.
And run
so
over
it's not
all the
enough.
ICE officers.
Right. So it's not enough. It's not enough, right?
Well, but
you need to have some likelihood.
Come back around part. Well, I don't know.
See, the problem.
The come back around hood is like 5% is the problem.
It's 5% that the car is going to spin out and hit the officer based on what?
The tires spinning.
Okay.
Her wanting to get the fuck out of there. Her being panicked.
Wait, no, but that changes whether or not the back of the car will move. Is her panic level? And do you have any?
How jerky she is with the wheel?
Do you have any reason to think that she's?
Brakes at all?
Do you have any reason to think that she's like panicked such that she can't drive?
She's not complying with the lawful order.
Why does that imply a panic?
You think rational people choose not to comply with lawful orders?
Sometimes, yes.
I don't think her trying to split was an act of protest, personally.
Okay. You never
Do
met
you
this
think her
woman.
trying
You
to
never.
split was an act of protest? Or do you
I,
think
I don't know. I haven't met this
she
woman.
didn't want to get
I
arrested
don't.
by...
You're the one making claims about her state of mind. You're like, she's panicked. I'm like, why?
Because would you be panicked in that situation?
In what situation? Where I'm
I
driving
would.
off?
Where I'm obstructing police officers, 2 ICE officers get out of the truck, run up to my car, one stands in front, and then they go, "Get out of the car," and they're grabbing in through my windshield and shit.
I would try to.
I would be
I don't think
panicked.
I would be panicked. I would be alarmed, and I would be upset, and I would be scared. I don't know if that's panicked. Panic to
I
me.
would be panicked.
Panic to me sounds like jittery
I would
and like,
assume a reasonable
oh,
person.
oh my god, oh my god, like panic attack. Like you can't even like function.
I think their sense of rationality, their control over the car would be impaired.
Okay. But
Would you
just
dispute that?
I have no reason to believe that she's panicked.
I disagree.
And your basis to believe that she's panicked is because she's doing something illegal, and people are trying to arrest her.
A bunch of ICE officers are running up to her car, yelling at her, brother.
Okay, that's enough to make
That
people
would
think that
panic
they're panicked. Just because it would panic you doesn't mean that we think that this person's panicked. I don't have a reason to believe that she's panicked.
The tire slipping thing is that given the tire slipping, more or less, panic or no?
I don't understand what the tire slipping is meant to show with respect to panic.
She doesn't have 100% control of the car. She would not. The tires would not be slipping if she did.
She could be driving that way to rationally get out. Yeah,
to scare them, to intimidate them.
No, to get out as fast as possible, right?
No, because if you want to get out faster, you can't spin your tires. You would slip.
Wait. So you're telling me...
He doesn't know that, but...
okay, so again, this is all tangential. Who the fuck cares if she's panicked? How does the panic level affect whether or not the back of the car is likely to hit this officer at this time? Like, like the car is turned to the right. What are the odds that the back of the car goes and hits the officer? And again, why would shooting in response to such a threat be justified? Like, is that going to change the likelihood that happens? I don't even understand, like,
it could
how
to let off the gas. You can't spin your tires if you're not on the gas.
No, at the time that these shots are happening, when you're claiming that there's a threat that the car is spinning out to the back of it to hit these cops. So I guess, all right, I think you have to bite this bullet.
Sure.
This is a bullet I think you have to bite.
Fighter.
All right. The cop who's at the door is justified to shoot.
By my logic, I would say he has the same justification, yeah.
And the cop on the right as well.
Less so, because I think he's like more out of the spin range, you know what I mean?
So, well, all of them have the right to defend.
He's like behind the back tire. Well, yeah, he could technically try to defend the other officers, sure.
Okay, but even assuming the guy in the front isn't in there, this guy on the left of the car, clearly outside of the car's direction, on the theory of slippage, this cop right here is justified to take out his gun and shoot her in the face.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
I don't think morally. I think, because for the record, I did look it up. I do think it depends on if he knows the officer in the front got struck. Because
no,
legally,
no, ignore that. Imagine he's not there. It's just the guy on the side. Why isn't he justified to shoot her on the theory of slippage?
Why isn't he justified to shoot on it? He is justified to shoot on the serious slippage. I thought I already said that.
Oh, you did bite that bullet.
I think legally, I'm not ethically. Obviously, he shouldn't be shooting.
Wait, in virtue of what? Because you think that shooting the gun would prevent
the slippage presents some probability of serious bodily injury or like death to the officers.
And how does shooting the gun at this person ameliorate that threat?
Gets their foot off the gas. You can't slip if your foot's on the gas.
Why does it get the foot off the gas?
Because you have to press down.
Okay, so you realize that the car accelerated and continued. Someone was hitting the gas when that is to say, she didn't stop. The car kept going after she was shot, right?
Yeah, but I think it's pretty reasonable to think it would they would stop hitting the gas, even though that's not what happened.
You can't know that she's going to take her foot off the gas if she gets shot, right? Or you can't.
If she gets shot in the he shot her in the face, right? I would assume that would get her to stop hitting the gas. I'm not a cop though.
I'm pretty sure the car accelerated after this, and kept going.
I'm not sure if it accelerated. It definitely does keep going, but there's also nothing to hit the brake.
Is it your position that her foot came off the gas when it crashes into that car?
Isn't it like a pole or something? Is it actually a car?
Yeah, it's another car.
I don't know if she accelerates into it. I think she kind of just drifts into it. She doesn't. She's definitely not like accelerating as hard as she was before. Maybe on the account she just got shot.
Let me go to Google.
Is there a good video of like a different angle?
Pretty sure I saw it accelerate.
But I'm not sure if it did accelerate. I'm not sure if that changes my opinion, by the way.
Someone is saying her body sees and she floored it. Policy, it absolutely accelerated. You can hear it. It's revving harder even after her crashes. Please find it.
Can I show just a little bit of that? I'll 100% concede on that point. But me personally, I would assume getting shot in the face would stop people from hitting the gas or the throat.
Based on what?
This is why you'd have to go between reasonable officer and reasonable person.
Okay,
I would assume.
I think you're trolling me. I think this whole thing is a troll.
I'm legitimately not. I think a reasonable person, like a normie, I assume someone gets shot in the face, they stop doing stuff pretty quick. Apparently, rigor mortis, they step on the gas pedal. Or whatever the hell happened.
Why are you laughing when you say shit? Everyone is calling you out on that.
You're acting like I'm crazy. It's like, oh, you're crazy for thinking someone gets shot in the face and they don't immediately stop doing stuff. Like, obviously, they're not going to just instantly go slack, but I would assume they would stop doing stuff.
All right, let's see.
Is it that crazy?
Well, who are you to say what they're... Do you have any qualifications on the...
Well, that's why I'm saying reasonable person versus reasonable officer. And then you're like, are you trolling me? I'm like, what? That's why I'm trying to clarify.
Not to shoot. Because there was like a document. Policy not to shoot moving vehicles. DOJ. There was a DOJ policy about this. Let's see.
And if it's like unjustified to shoot a moving vehicle, does that instantly mean like you can't try to do like self-defense? Like they could still argue moving vehicle even if there's like a DOJ policy.
Yeah, no. This is just to see whether or not the experts say
oh, sure. Like what? Like is it supposed to stop somebody? I feel like that's probably not something they ask. Oh, I also have a hypothetical for you for as far as like the additional shots.
Yeah.
I wrote this down during Sharp. Okay, so you remember the hypothetical where it was like the guy gets shot and then he falls on the ground and it's like, what about additional shots like right after? You said, oh, well, he can like crawl down on the ground and pick up his gun and like potentially get back in the fight. What if it's a similar situation? He gets shot and like he obviously like drops his gun off the side of a cliff or off the side of a railing where he won't be able to access it. But like he does that, slumps a little bit, but it's still like shot within a couple seconds. Yeah, you say unjustified.
So, do you or do you not have knowledge that the person is unarmed?
You have no belief. At that point, you like. Let's assume that somehow the cop knows that that was his only gun.
Okay, so someone has shot at you, and you know he's unarmed, right?
Sorry, do you remember that first hypothetical?
Yeah. So someone shot at the cop, right? That's the first hypothetical.
Yes.
And then they are disarmed somehow, is how you're changing it, right?
Well, no. So they're shooting at each other, right? The cop actually he hits his first shot. On the first shot, like dramatic death scene, the guy throws his gun off the cliff. Somehow the cop knows that's his only gun.
Okay.
Within a couple seconds, as he's slumping wherever he's slumping, obviously no gun in his hand, you get like a double tap or a triple tap, something like that.
Not justified.
Unjustified.
Okay, you're trolling.
I think the temp, like how quickly it happens, kind of matters.
Okay.
Oh my God! Hold on. Shit, YouTube is so far behind that. Okay. I'm glad I got pulled out of that. Thank God.
So
All right. First, before we get started, okay, I want to establish something. When my alarm clock wakes me up in the morning, it plays "Fuck Ice" by Manny Sanchez. Okay. For what I'm about to say, I do not want to imply in any way, shape, form that I am defending any sort of institution. I'm ACAB all day, but in order to better understand or participate in arguments or blah blah blah, I have like a perspective. I still agree with you, but I think the way you're going about this, there's either like a step missing or something that I don't think would stand the course.
okay.
I want to make my case. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's Tarantino this. I'll give you the end and then we'll work backwards.
Okay.
I'm gonna put in your Twitch chat. This is the thing. I'm also gonna say I was eerily close to agreeing with Hutch on this, so this should get your attention for the most part.
I'm going into my Twitch chat. One second. Can you just DM it to me?
I did.
You did?
Yeah. Here.
This
Actually,
post
I'll give you
from
the full- and
Julia.
actually-
something?
Well, no, here, go for what I just sent.
Okay.
Because actually now there's an extra wrinkle to this if you go down, because the guy updated this, but I'll explain in a second. Now, you, me, everybody else on the whole planet, especially those that are mad about this or pissed about this, we're looking at it from this third person perspective, over the shoulder, from 20 feet, 30 feet away. We're all going, yes, look at the tire, look at this, hey, let's slow-mo it, etc. Based on conversations I've had with friends of friends, which I obviously don't have any personal experience with this, I am but a humble Walmart greeter, but friends of friends have told me, not ICE, because I would never have a friend of a friend that's in ICE, but friends of friends that are in law enforcement and security and shit like that have expressed to me in the past certain aspects of how they're trained. That once in your head you've met different aspects of the metrics of deadly force, you present, like, there's supposed to be a continuum of force, or like the word I'm looking for, like a rules of like escalation of force, like, right? Like first you give verbal presence, then you give, like, you present yourself, your body, as a form of intimidation that is shy of actually brandishing your weapon. You upgrade to brandishing your weapon, and then ultimately, once the weapon is pulled and in your mind the conditions are there, you fire. Now again, ACAB, I'm going to say it one more time, but if we're acting like police, law enforcement agents and shit like that are operating in an altruistic capacity, right? Because we can't read minds. We're supposed to look at, is someone following procedure? That's the argument that's always used, that even though police clearly acted, well, here's what I'll say. Even though police acted in a clearly immoral way, it is oftentimes defended by they were following textbook procedure, and that is oftentimes where things get dropped, or because like the DA refuses to press charges in certain cases, right? They refuse to indict, and then it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, true, but I don't look at policy as like, sometimes people get trained in fucked up ways.
No. I'm agreeing with you on that. I'm trying to think ahead to how this gets defended. Okay, that's the only point I'm trying to make. Here's what I'll say, because as I understand it, based on the fraction of time, we see the side of the car, we don't know what that person sees, right? So he's pulling the weapon as a sign to get that person to stop, which again, fuck 12, but he's pulling the weapon to get that person to stop. He presents the weapon. At the moment that the tire is lined up with him is when he's raising the gun. He hasn't shot yet. I'm agreeing with you in that when he pulls the first trigger, when he shoots for the first time, the wheel is past it. That's why we're all pissed. And that's why I justifiably think the guy deserves to be behind bars when this is over with.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to make my point.
What's the disagreement?
But I'm going to make the disagreement is the way that you remove all protection from this person isn't by trying to argue the positioning of the wheel, because I think if you get a subject matter expert up there to talk on that the person followed training and fraction of a second decisions, blah, blah, blah. Even the fucking, what the conversation that just occurred about, well, there's ice on the road and fucking blah, blah, all that shit. It's all meaningless and pointless, because when you read what's in that skeet, essentially you have, and the whoever the senior Department of Homeland Security person is, they need to find that motherfucker and get them to go on record. That would be the thing I would be pursuing if I was anything connected to wanting to see justice.
Yeah, but you're showing me
case.
something saying he did counter to training. That's what you showed me. Oh,
because the institution, because that's, again, we approach these things like, is the law enforcement agent acting altruistically, acting as per training? Because when they're acting in accordance with their training, then they are following the law. That's at least like normie thought, right? That's juror thought. That's how it would be presented to them. What I'm saying is, you have the agency that employs these motherfuckers saying they did everything about this wrong. So for anyone that shows up in your chat, in the voice channel wanting to argue, this is the thing you have to, not you, them, in my opinion. They have to overcome this. Okay? Never approach a vehicle from the front. You're already in violation. You're contrary to. Approach it in a different manner that the whole group did. They didn't do that. Contrary to. Do not shoot a moving vehicle. So the entire thing about, well, the wheel was spinning, so therefore I need to shoot her in the fucking head so that in turn she stops fucking pushing the car towards me. That's also, you're wrong. Only use force if there's immediate risk or serious injury or death. I think you have a possibility to say, hey, what if the bitch throws it in reverse? Then my friends or my colleagues in law enforcement are at risk. I had to continue shooting, blah, blah, blah. No, I think there's enough here to say, because you could say they did everything right and a bad outcome occurs. That's why, therefore, this person is innocent, with some extra legalese thrown in. But this is, they followed nothing according to their training and a bad outcome occurs. You have the agency throwing this person under the fucking bus because they know that they're in the wrong. This removes the institutional protections for that person. That's why they're fucking guilty.
I see. So what you're proposing is a strategy to convince people, namely jurors, among other people, right?
Because I think you have you're going to run into a lot of like, not necessarily conservative, not necessarily lefty. You're going to have a lot of like normie ham and eggers that are like, oh, cops are here to do good things. And that's how we keep ourselves safe and derp. I think when you present that they did nothing correct in this, and then as an outcome of that incorrectness, the person ends up dying. That's why, I mean, I'm going to say, on seeing it, I'm like, no, that's murder. Like, fuck off. But there's no way at a minimum that there isn't some sort of, I don't know the stages anymore. It's been a long time since I've even bothered to look at it. I know there's like murder one and fucking felonious this and negligent that and blah, blah, blah. There's no way that you don't at least put this person in jail for a long time on some sort of negligent homicide situation.
I don't know what the basis would be to say that they're negligent about it. If there's no justification, I don't see how this is anything other than some kind of murder or intentional manslaughter. If it's not justified and if it meets the elements, I just can't.
Yeah, well, no, but I mean, but again, like I said, my point is more, you remove what I put in front of you, what I would argue, this removes the institutional shield, the institutional protections before you ever get to the morality. I would say it's fair to say me or you would look at this and go, this is a completely immoral, unjustifiable act. Now you have to combat how government agencies or federal agencies would go, no, citizens, believe me when we say this person did everything right. The ICE agent is a hero. The journalist woman is the villain here. She's a terrorist. This is how you remove that. And I think anyone arguing in defense of that shooting has to contend with this statement.
Yeah, no,
what's on the screen
listen,
right there.
I have no problem with you saying this, right? Because I will sometimes get into the weeds of, literally frame by frame. We're talking about slippage. We're doing all this random shit just because I have an interest in where these people are going. Let me give you 2 points of contact. One, I am not always the best like juror whisperer or the best person to know what makes the layman tick, right? I don't know that I will always present my arguments in like a storybook fashion. That sometimes it feels like certain people would like to be told that way. So I think this is very valuable. I saw this tweet from someone, and it's interesting that there is someone willing to speak out on that thing. I just don't think it relates to what conversations I'm having, right? Because this, whether it's in keeping with their tactics or not, is not going to be that relevant for me in my analysis. So I totally think this is a valuable thing to bring up in stream. I am appreciative, and this is in line with other people, and I would hope that the prosecution brings in their use of force experts. And it certainly happened in the Chauvin trial, right? They had like these battle of the experts where different trainers came in to say he was taught the neck hold and he wasn't taught the hold. And so there's going to be a battle of the experts, I'm sure. And I expect if there is some sort of homicide case for them to bring in the relevant training experts and what he was told and what he wasn't told. And I think it's very valuable in conversation with lay people. But it isn't strictly speaking what I have been trying to do in the previous conversations, because for me, what matters most is the legal standard in this case and whether or not I think it fulfills the justification. And because I don't think that turns on how these people were taught as a dispositive thing, it isn't what I'm strictly speaking talking about. But I do appreciate it, and I think it's like one additional layer to
okay,
into.
so devil's advocate, right? So me and you can see the positioning of the tires, and like I said earlier, not to necessarily loop, but the position of the tires, me and you are getting pissed seeing that, because as the first shot is fired, the tires are clearly pointing away.
Right.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So but if, and I'm not keen on like ice training, fuck ice all day. However, if, hey, get out of the car, pull over, whatever, that's been said, and it gets said in the video, they present themselves as a means of like halting the escape or however they want to spin it, right?
Yeah.
So far they're meeting their metric. The vehicle starts to adjust so that maybe in a fraction of a second, the person is seeing, and I'm just trying to do devil's advocate here, the person is seeing the car line up with them. At that point, the decision gets made. I'm pointing my gun, and if you are never point your gun at anything, you're never intentionally point your weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. In that moment, if the car is starting to nudge forward at all, which I think slowing down and trying to do Zapruder film shit, back, did JFK's head go back into the left, trying to play all that shit? That's fine. But from the perspective of the guy there, you could have someone say, well, when adrenaline kicks in and this happens this fast. I had somebody basically point out to me that was like in security that like on foot, a person can cover a distance of, I think like 10 to 13 feet in like a second. So certain lines of law enforcement and security get trained. That's like, after you've already issued so many warnings, you've presented the firearm, you turn around, and at that point you shoot, because if there's any question in your mind, you carry through with the act.
Yeah,
okay?
I really don't understand what you're saying. You're saying you shoot as in you're taught to shoot. It's a good idea to shoot.
You're taught to shoot.
Okay.
You're taught to shoot. So
what I'm telling you is like, who the fuck cares
if
what you're taught to do in that respect? The test is whether or not
you're getting into morality versus legality. I agree.
I'm just asking, like, the legal standard is deadly force is justified in these contexts if an objectively reasonable officer in their position would have reasonably perceived a threat to serious bodily injury or death. That's
okay, but your perspective, you can't prove that guy saw the tires lining up in the exact same way that we did from a third-person perspective on camera.
No, I mean, he's looking right at her. What an objectively...
No.
What do you mean?
No, I'm going to, again, fuck 12, but no. Because at that point, you're no longer trying to keep an eye on, okay, tires bad, tires good, don't shoot. That's not how that works. You're going to be in a circumstance where once you've made the decision to shoot because the tire is lined up with you, you're now putting that person in your sights in order to kill them, to halt them moving that vehicle.
Even after you're outside of the path?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he wouldn't know. No, hold on. He wouldn't know. And this is my point. He wouldn't know that the tires are moved past, because once they're lined up, it's all conditions go at that point. He is going to, his logic may be flawed. That's when you revert back
but his
to
logic can't
in line
be
with
flawed.
the training.
No, it's we have to take an objective, reasonable perspective. It's not just his subjective feelings. It's what an objectively reasonable officer would do in like circumstances. That's the analysis. And it seems to be
but you're
once
basing
he's
that off
made
of
that
a
decision to
third-party perspective from down the block,
That's what
not
we're-
the person's
no-
shoes where he's there. If there was a body camera or something like that, I think that would give extra weight. And that's where it takes more out of their argument.
I'm trying
But
to
I'm trying to say for the fraction of time where the car is lined up with the person. But this is why the training is important, because if they are told you never stand in front of the fucking car, at that point what I am pointing out to you becomes completely irrelevant. That removes my argument, which I'm steel manning theirs. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. I don't understand it. I understand that, like, for the
Pisco.
lay person, the training is relevant. Is that the only point you're making?
I think it. Yeah.
If that's your point, then I agree with it. If it's not your point, then I don't know what you're talking about.
But okay. How can you prove where his eyes were at the moment he pulled the trigger?
At the moment he pulled the trigger.
At the moment he pulled the trigger, where were his eyes?
At the woman.
Okay, so is he looking at the tires? Is he looking at the tires anymore if he's lining up his shot to shoot?
He may not directly be looking at the tires, but he's seeing the car and he's seeing the path of the car.
He's seen the car.
And he's seeing where he is in relation to the car because he steps out of the way.
Hold on.
He has enough wherewithal to step out of the way.
Let's walk through the step. Okay, he should have gotten out of the way. I agree. But he also shouldn't have been in front of the vehicle, which is what the training points to.
No,
what I am saying is, hold on.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you are in front of the vehicle. You have reason to think that the vehicle is going to charge at you, based on the fact that it maybe starts to maybe it moved forward 3 inches in his line of vision. What I'm saying is, tire lined up with him, starts to move forward. Decision is made to pull the weapon, draw the weapon, and fire based on the last thing he saw. That is when the
woman cranking the fucking steering wheel to the right.
His eyes aren't on the wheel anymore. He's lining up to put the front of his gun on her skull.
Yeah. So the decision to shoot, when that decision is taken, when you do the analysis, is not at when the decision to shoot is necessarily taken. It's when the force is applied. Is it reasonable? Number one, and number two, you don't think that he's aware that he's not in the direction of the car when he takes the first shot? You think he's unaware of that?
I'm sure he's in direction of the car almost the entire time. The point is that he should have been in front. Here, you like hypotheticals, right? They go into a home that is the wrong home, that they didn't have a search warrant for. They get all the way into a house. They are making noise. The ICE is, right? They have no documentation, no paperwork, no nothing. They see someone that starts to raise their weapon, right? So they see someone in a house that they have no permission to be in. But because they have reasonable, credible, all the other metrics suddenly now up till that point are justifiable to shoot that person. Do you not make it a huge point to say that, all of the things that got them to that step were wrong? Therefore, you can't argue the legality of, well, no, it was a justified shooting, even though that person was like defending themselves or something, right?
Yeah, like I don't see why then you're not just conceding that this is justified. Because do you think that the training procedures determines what is reasonably justified as a matter of law?
If you're looking at how law enforcement is done from an altruistic perspective, yes.
That's not what I'm talking about. I was very specific, Ogre. I didn't say if you're looking at how law enforcement is done from an altruistic perspective. What I did say was, do you think that how police are trained determines whether a use of force in a given instance is reasonable under the legal frameworks? And the answer is no. Right? They're just how you train. The training could just not be in conformity with the law. And there's nothing.
No, because then it goes into okay. Overall, right? Because you can't read people's thoughts. You have to go off of their usage of the tools given to uphold law, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm sorry.
So if I deputize you, give you a gun, give you a badge, give you a radio and a car and say, go forth and uphold the law, I also give you training so that you do it appropriately, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now if you have a bad outcome, but all of the steps up into that, because I can't tell whether or not in your mind, you were either like, I'm going to save the day today and do good things, or whether or not you're like, I'm going to fucking kill this bitch. Right. I don't know what you were thinking, what your intent was. So the only thing that you can go off of is all the steps up until the point when you did the bad thing.
No, what you can go off of is whether or not you think an objectively reasonable person in a similar situation.
Have you ever been in front of a vehicle like that and had to pull a gun on someone?
No. Why does that matter?
Okay, so because I think from that perspective, a lot of people would end up accepting certain elements of plausibility.
I can't analyze this unless I've been in a situation in which I had a car coming at me with a gun. I can't analyze this.
No, because the way you analyze it then is are they upholding the training that they've been given?
But I'm questioning the training's dispositive weight you're giving it. Why should it be the case that in applying this legal test, which we know, that we would look for dispositive weight towards the training that an individual officer has on how to initially approach a vehicle? I don't understand that. Why look to the training?
Because you can't tell intent, right?
Okay, no, but intent with respect to what, right? We know he intended to shoot her. The question is whether or not an objectively reasonable officer in his position would think that the use of force is reasonably necessary. And what determines that isn't just what you're taught.
Well, okay, so I'm not trying to approach this from like I'm a gotcha or anything like that. I haven't been listening to the entire stream. I'm interested in your perspective. To you, what you think? So the reasonable thing is they were supposed to be able to see the front of the car the entire time.
So,
and even after making this mental decision based on pieces of data that they got up until that point, you're saying even after the first shot is fired, or even after that moment, that in turn they should have known, okay, the wheel still turned more and they shouldn't have fired at all.
This is what I think. Do you want to hear what I think? So
sure.
The guys are walking up to the car with the intention to apprehend it. I think it's clear that this woman is trying to evade capture. And I think a reasonable officer in his position would know that based on the following facts that he would know. A, he's seen the car back up as they approach it. That backup, I think it clearly she is attempting not to be captured by this officer. He's seeing this occur, and he's seen the wheels turn and seen the car turn to the right. I think in this moment, he is aware that he is not in risk of serious bodily injury or death. That's what I think. I think he knows that he can easily get to the side of it, and he knows that he can see the wheel. He sees her turning the wheel, going to the side, and he sees the car following that path, and he knows that he is not in serious risk of bodily injury or of death. That's what I think is in his mind. Regardless of what other minds said, he does not feel fear for his life, in my opinion.
I've asked you so I'm kind of, okay. So again, I think the guy's guilty, ultimately, under the jail. Okay. That is not in dispute. What I'm questioning is, because I've asked you before from the chat, because I've said, like, you seem, at least in the context of constitutionality, legislative legality, things like that, I've said that you come across more as like a process over policy guy, right? And you did lean in that direction because you said if the process isn't there, that ultimately everything else kind of doesn't matter, because the process for
I'm a process cuck a lot of the time. No one denies this, and I would not deny this.
So the process to which someone applies their ability to do their job matters, because that shows whether or not they're doing the steps properly or not. Right?
I would not go so far as to say it's irrelevant how they're trained. I would not say that. What I'm trying to be careful in saying it's not dispositive. So that by that I mean it doesn't decide the issue. Do I think it's relevant? I do, because I think that how officers are trained that an objectively reasonable juror will properly weight people with experience in what makes sense in terms of threats, right? In terms of weighing threats and how cops tend to approach situations, that bears our thought process of the kinds of things, dangers that cops face when they encounter these kinds of scenarios. And so I would stop short of saying that training isn't relevant. I think that the training usually comes from people who have experience, and certainly I would judge like use of force experts, some use of force experts experience, certainly more than me, right? Although some use of force experts are fucking laughable. So it kind of depends on what you're watching, but no, I don't think it's irrelevant. All I'm just saying is it's not dispositive. And for me in this case, if you were to show me a manual that said whenever a car accelerates that you feel is accelerating vaguely in your direction, you can use deadly force, I would laugh at it and be like, I don't care what that says.
Okay, no, because at that point it is a immoral application of the law. It is unjust.
Well, not on grounds that it's unjust, on the grounds that I don't think it's properly capturing when it's reasonable to use deadly force in response to a given threat. Like if the training was like anytime someone's in a car and tries to evade you, you shoot them, right? I would be like,
yeah, but
I know that's not the same. I know that is not the standard.
These aren't the same things.
I know they're not. This is just to prove the point of
this is what I would say though. And this is not a challenge to you. This is literally a challenge to anyone else that would come into the voice channel to try to defend this moving forward. Is that if you can't overcome the hurdles of pointing out, because like they're still gonna go like she was a terrorist and she was terrorizing ICE and blah blah blah. That's the sort of step that like I don't think you're gonna get out of people's heads willingly, right? But if they can't overcome the fact that the agency itself said everything about what that person did was wrong, right? That they did everything in an improper manner that led to the outcome of a immoral death, I think at that point they don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like if all the facts were the same, but she pulls out a gun, it would change. It wouldn't matter that they approached it wrong, right?
No, because at that point, if she had a gun that she pulled out first,
yeah, even though they approached it all wrong.
Well, no, because that's now back to the argument that I made. So that's fair.
Yeah, right. So the initial approach stuff, I think, it's minimally probative on the situation. At that point, they're in the situation they're in, and okay, they didn't do it perfectly, but the question is, at the moment, right? Do they feel serious bodily risk of serious bodily injury or death? That's the real question,
if
right?
If they are instructed to never approach a vehicle from the front,
right? But let's say they do it
from
right
the front anyway.
Yeah.
There is now no leg to stand on, no pun intended. As far as hey, she was gonna hit him.
No,
hey, dipshit,
no.
You were never supposed to stand in front of the.
That's not the inquiry. So
that's
putting the cops pre-deadly force conduct, right, squarely at issue in and of itself. That is to say, well, because you were negligent in how you approached it, we are cutting off or at least severely diminishing your access to this deadly self-defense thing. But I don't agree with that. Like, let's say that the cop just stood in front of it in violation of training and she guns it towards him. I would say very different case there, and notwithstanding the fact that the cop isn't in compliance in his initial approach, there is a reasonable apprehension of serious bodily injury or death. And so if one
at that point, at that point though, it depends on the outcome, because if she runs him over, but she's not,
at the time he shoots, at the time he shoots.
No. But let's say she was able to run his ass over and he never even gets a shot off. Right? You don't turn around and say,
we're doing a different thing. We're doing a different thing.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, because you can't turn around and go, well, she was allowed to run him the fuck over because ultimately he wasn't supposed to ever do that. His training said don't stand in front of a vehicle. He stood in front of a vehicle. She took the opportunity to commit vehicular manslaughter, so therefore she goes to jail forever. Like doesn't have to go to jail rather, because that's not what his training says. Like I wouldn't make that case in that set of circumstances. No.
All right, I'm going to draw something and maybe it'll help us. So the only thing that's relevant, right, is the following. The reasonable fear. called RF, of serious bodily injury or death. So this is the denominator, or this is, you could call this the I don't know, the dependent variable, which is, this is what we need to analyze, because this is the thing that will justify. This is justification. Justification. So anything that doesn't play into the reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death isn't relevant to this analysis. So training could absolutely play some role in whether or not you have a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury and death. Because, training, if you're trained that vehicles, when you shoot at them, the person inside, let's say that you're trained that shooting at the person inside will cause the vehicle immediately to stop. I know it's not the training, but let's just assume that were the training. Then an objectively reasonable officer in the position would think that would be the result there. And that can play into a role about whether you think this reasonable fear and the use of force is justified based on the training that tells you certain facts about these threats. But you need to, all the facts that you're bringing to bear need to have something to do with this dependent variable, which is the reasonable fear that the use of force is justified in light of a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death. And what you're doing needs to be responsive to the actual threat. It needs to actually have a tendency to quell the threat. It's not something that doesn't have a tendency to mitigate the threat in any respect. So everything that you talk about needs to somehow have some tendency to increase or decrease the likelihood of this standard. And if the thing that you're analyzing has no tendency to affect this, so for example, how you approach a vehicle, how one initially approaches a vehicle, why would that play into whether someone has a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death at the moment the actions are taking place? It's not clear to me that there's a very strong connection there, and therefore it's relevant.
Okay, so honest question, right? So go back to the hypothetical. They are in an apartment that they had no business being in because it was the wrong address. They had no warrant.
Right.
The suspect
This is Breonna Taylor.
White. This is white and not black, etc. Everything about the lead up to the moment is completely wrong.
Yeah.
Is fucked.
Still justified.
So
Yes.
Apartment.
This is Breonna Taylor. This is why it was justified on both ends. It was justified. Yes. It's crazy, right?
Why is that not okay? This is me genuinely asking. Why is that not a Second Amendment self-defense case?
That's a different issue, right? Yeah. So whether or not they're justified in the shooting is different than whether all the other stuff they didn't violate procedure, didn't violate Second Amendment, didn't violate Fourth Amendment or Fifth Amendment. Like, those are just different issues. So in the Breonna Taylor case, no knock warrant. I think they might have gotten the right house. I'm not sure if they had the right house or not, but imagine, let's say it's the wrong house, right? They go to the wrong house, let's say in this hypothetical, and they are doing something incredibly reckless. They don't even look and perceive at what's going on, but then they execute the warrant and they see in front of them some people who are, oh wait, what's going on? Who are justified, right? The people who are occupying the house and thinking this is some kind of robbery, pull out their guns and start shooting, and the cops kill the people who are justified in defending their home. Both sets of people are justified in that case. Now, the cops might have done some other violent shit, right?
Wait, hold on. This is important because I wasn't watching you at the time. What was 25 words or less? What was your take on the outcome of that case?
It was justified.
Well, you don't think that was you really?
The use of that there wasn't murder. The cops didn't commit murder.
Huh.
Does that surprise you?
Okay. A little.
Now the cops outside, I think that there were cops outside firing inside or something. This might be a different case.
There was at least one that they were putting rounds into the adjacent apartment buildings and shit. They were being so reckless.
Yeah. So those people were charged and they actually did commit a crime. They just didn't kill her. They didn't cause her death. But I thought that both the Breonna Taylor's boyfriend or husband or whatever was justified to shoot at the cops, and he actually hit, I think, one of the cops. And I think the cops were justified, by which we mean not culpable, not legally culpable for killing Breonna Taylor.
I wouldn't have necessarily thought murder in the first or something like that, but I think that there should have been a culpability related charge for sure. So I guess we just have
Why?
a different, because you were.
This is where you
Actually,
have to
that's a good
separate.
question.
You have to separate other kind of illegality and procedural impropriety, and right, and it can sometimes lead you to things that just feel wrong, right? Like it just feels wrong that they can get all of that shit fucked up with Breonna Taylor. They can do like a kind of reckless warrant, let's say, and cause the death of a totally innocent person who was doing nothing wrong, and them not be guilty of murder. But it just,
So I guess
it's not always intuitive.
So I guess in that case, that's still not a good analogy, or to try to do a hypothetical, because ultimately they could have been, let's just say for sake of argument, they could have actually been following every step of what a cop is allowed to do, and then it results in a bad outcome. Sure. But then that's the opposite of what I'm trying to say. So in the moment, I just can't think of something parallel.
Right, so
I'm
look-
trying to,
Yeah,
my argument is all about contrary to. My argument is basically saying, when you are contrary to completely down the line and you end up in this bad outcome, there is absolutely no defense. Whereas you are trying to stick to a moment in time that is arguable. I still think it's somewhat arguable that ultimately you don't get to argue it. Not you, but anyone. You wouldn't get to argue it because the cops should have never put themselves into that.
Yeah, that's the kind of,
in the first
that's what I'm
place.
trying to avoid, because that's an untailored analysis. That's a kind of just desserts analysis. That's like a kind of like, you shouldn't have even been there in the first place analysis. That's a kind of Kyle Rittenhouse take analysis where it's like, well, Rittenhouse shouldn't have even been there analysis, right? But you have to put that aside. Unless you want to do the bigger kind of moral argument, like they shouldn't have been there argument, you have to put it aside. The question in the moment is justified use of force under the law or not. And that's what my focus has been, is in this case on the legal stuff. So in this case, putting aside, right, any kind of policy violation needs to ultimately ground down into affecting what's relevant for the justification analysis, namely the reasonable fear and the use of force in relation to the reasonable fear. That is ultimately like what everything needs to ground down to. And the kind of like preparatory steps and other procedural improprieties, like let's imagine that these ICE cops are executing illegal warrants, they falsified reports, they're not even, they're targeting U.S. citizens to try to deport them, and we know that, right? And let's say they're getting paid for it corruptly, right? They're getting bribed.
Oh, they're getting signing bonuses.
So, yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Yeah.
No, but they'll just assume the most corrupt type of people. It wouldn't affect this underlying analysis, right? It wouldn't affect it. Because even though there's all this ancillary, maybe like it would affect whether we think these people are high on drugs or something, or whether what their intentions is. Maybe at some level, right? At some level of corruption, we can have some imputation to their states of mind that they were really trying to provoke some kind of shit. But
So
absent that, it's not relevant, right?
If you're the prosecuting attorney, if it's you, and this is me wanting to not again, this is not a gotcha. This is how do you handle this?
Oh, I bring it up because it's good. I bring it up.
So my question is this, right? You Pisco are the prosecuting attorney. I am the dipshit juror that needs to get convinced. The defense puts up a subject matter expert that says that in the moment of the shot, because the tires were lined up with that person, and you go into, let's say they put up a board with like not a flow chart, but like a board of statistics, math statistics, that a vehicle can travel 72 feet in a second, that human reaction time is this much movement per second. They paint the argument to the jury that in the moment that the tire is lined up, that is when the decision to shoot is made, and therefore it is justified. How do you combat that to the jury as the prosecutor to say that that's bullshit? And here's why. The realm of acceptability is that they should have been able to completely see, or how do you prove that he was able to completely see the tires?
I don't think you need to show
that he finally pulls the trigger.
I don't think that you need to show that he saw the tire. I think you need to show that a reasonably objectively reasonable officer in his position, not necessarily looking in the direction he's looking, but an objectively reasonable officer in his position would have been aware that he was not in risk of serious bodily injury or death. That's the case that one needs to make. And so if you can say like, well, he couldn't see where the yeah.
At the point of being toxic, I'm going to say this. It feels like you are clinging to I know you know what that means. So I'm not trying to call you an idiot. That's not what's happening here. I know you know what that phrase means. But how do you prove that past you're just saying reasonable officer.
Yeah,
I know what that means. You know what that means. But how do you prove that to a jury?
Yeah.
You're just saying what any reasonable officer would be able to do. I'm saying prove that.
Yeah. So a person in his position would know, A, that the car is not going towards him, that the woman is clearly trying to get away, and the officer would know that, given the positioning of the vehicle itself as it's moving towards the right, given the fact that the wheel must be turning, it must be the case that the wheel is turning, given the initial backing up of the vehicle, which I think leads to towards the left, which leads to the inference that she's going to turn to the right. And given the fact, and a reasonable officer in that position would, prior to shooting, know where he is in relation to the car. And knowing where you are in relation to the car, a reasonable officer would know that he's not in front of the car and is not in any danger of serious bodily injury or death.
So in the conversation you were having earlier, because there were several while I was waiting, was there some back and forth about like the first bullet versus the second and third?
Well, yeah,
like,
I mean,
did you have
this is all just about the first bullet. The other bullets, it is so insane to me that anyone would argue those are justified that I almost like don't even argue it at this point, or like no one has, I think, tried to argue those are justified, at least not tonight. Like, it is so bizarre and insane to me that anyone could argue those other shots are justified. What, because he made the decision, and so he had the wherewithal to make a volitional decision to run alongside the car, but not to take the additional shots. Like, it's so fucking insane, the other shots. So we're not even working on the other shots.
There's huge levels of like entitlement and the sort of like positional authority, power trip type shit. Those are all present, right? But to somebody that's more like chud aligned, they're going to be like, fuck yeah, obviously that person's in the right? The Asmongold camp, even though I hate mentioning streamers during these conversations, but like that mindset, they're going to be like, you should have fucking fuck around and find out. They're going to do all that shit. And okay, yeah. So I'm not trying to loop though, but like I said, I think the way you take some of that chop out of that when in that argument.
Here's the question, right? Would a reasonable officer in his position know where the car is in relation to him when he fires a gun?
So I'm trying to think. He's still mostly lined up with the front left corner of the bumper, right?
Not when he takes a shot. So let's watch it. So when
I'm trying to think, because it's been at least it's been at least like 5 years since the last time I've been to a shooting range and tried to do like an actual live fire course. But you have, from the time you say like they give you the command to fire, and then you get and especially if you're like a fucking dipshit like this, that they don't do, like, the amount of training I think they probably had is fucking net negative, right? So
put aside the fucking training. What? I don't understand why you're fucking fixated on the training, bro.
Hold on. No. This is different from that. I'm not aligned in the same thing. I'm trying to talk about muscle memory, practicality of drawing your weapon and actually firing versus being some fucking weekend warrior piece of shit. Some football jock that blew out his knee in high school, put on extra weight.
Objective reasonability.
Is the only way that he has. So I'm saying the time, I think the argument that they would have, right, is the time it takes from your decision to pull the trigger, pull the weapon, draw it, target. That's there's a window of time there that's like fractions of a second or close enough that you would be able to say to a jury, hey, from this point, he's firing based on information that he had was like justified.
Yeah. So I guess I don't understand.
So when you talk about, when you talk about reasonable, like, the other people around him weren't in front of the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why they're not having the same perspective that he has.
I know.
Okay. So to him, he sees someone that could be, from his point of view, he sees someone turning a wheel. Maybe he's not looking down. Maybe when we're talking about wheel, we're talking about different things. He's looking at her turning the wheel, maybe lining it up more in his perspective with putting it on him. We're looking at the front
I don't
left
think that's what he
tire
would see.
saying
I
that the
doubt.
car is going to go past.
I doubt that he would see that, and I think a reasonable officer in his position knows where his body is in relation to the car. Do you doubt that?
I just don't know how you prove it based on.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you think
third party perspective?
Do you think an officer, a reasonable officer in his position, would be conscious of the relative distance between his body, the car, and the angle of the car? An objectively reasonable officer would be, right?
I don't know what that. I mean,
it feels like you think that the first shot was justified.
Only in the framework of all of the bad decisions that got them to that moment.
So then I have
is what I think.
Then I have a bad. I have something really sad I have to tell you. You agree with MAGA? I'm sorry.
No, I don't.
Yes, I think you do.
No, I don't.
I think if you think that the only thing keeping this from being
here's the difference. No. Here's the difference, right? I've seen enough of how these play out that I'm trying to think of how you keep that argument from being the only thing that's on the table.
So if the only thing keeping you from saying this is justified is them not following procedure, I hate to break it to you, but you just came out of the closet on this issue, at least. I think that you should prepare yourself.
No, you're clinging to something. This has nothing to do with fucking MAGA or whatever. I'm trying to say that, like, to me, fucking like, again, we started off and I said, fucking fuck 12, ACAB.
No, you don't need a virtue signal. Listen, you don't need a virtue signal. I'm not telling you that therefore you're wrong because you agree with MAGA. I'm just telling you, I think if you're overemphasizing they didn't comply with procedure and the approach.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Because you are clinging to a phrase to say any reasonable officer, but I'm saying, how do you prove that?
I'm trying to show you.
You keep saying over and over again. Well,
I'm asking you the question. So reasonable is one of those primitives that I can't further define reasonable to you. Okay. That's a primitive. It's have you ever seen the image of Atlas holding up the world? And Atlas is the word reasonable, and the world is the entire body of law.
Have
you seen those? Okay, ahead. So I'm trying to get agreements on what is reasonable and what's not reasonable with you, given that it's difficulty to fully define the term reasonable with words. It's something. It's like I said, it's one of these primitives. It's like the word vary. You know, how do I define vary to you? Reasonable is some approximation that, like, most people would think this a certain thing, right? That most people would think that it's okay to do something, but it's hard to fully define the term reasonable and not get into another word that's trying to get at a concept that was just kind of intuitive to humans. Okay, so here's the question that I'm presenting to you is: do you think that a reasonable officer, in assessing the use of force that occurred here, that a reasonable officer would know their body's position relative to the position of the car?
Tell me why that's irrelevant.
Because if you grant that a reasonable officer would be aware of such a fact, it would tend to that fact, right? The actual fact of the relative position of the car, has a tendency to make us think it's less justified to use this force, because it has a tendency to lower our approximation as to the potential for serious bodily injury or death. That's why it's relevant.
So here's where I'm coming from on this. I work with some of the biggest chuds you've ever seen, and I'm going to have to listen to these conversations for like weeks to come. And for the most part, I come from the perspective of the motherfucker shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? The agency should not fucking exist.
Yeah, but that's not the test. That's not the question.
The one thing I am going to hear to death is he was in front of the vehicle, that she was moving to at least put the vehicle in forward motion. And these are some of the people that I am aware of, all have cop buddy friends, and they're all going to tell me that any reasonable officer seeing a vehicle moving forward in their direction and only having a second to respond are going to decide to shoot that person.
That's a descriptive
And I need
claim.
to know what
That's
to.
a descriptive
I need
claim.
to know. Well, yes, but that's
Yeah.
that's the
Do you agree with
anecdotal
it?
shit that's going to come from that.
Do you agree?
I don't agree. I don't agree with it. But me going, nuh-uh, nanny, boo-boo, isn't an ability to shut down the argument. I need to know what to say that takes away these people that come from cop families and have cop backgrounds that say, no, you silly, tanky leftist, silly tree-hugging libtard, you just don't know about what cops know. And I'm telling you what cops know, and cops say that they would be reasonable to do this.
I can't help you
So
convince
how do
your
you tell
MAGA.
them that they're not?
I can't help you convince your MAGA chud friends because unfortunately, many of them are
coworkers. If I didn't have to
coworkers.
fucking put up with these people, I wouldn't. If I didn't need to pay rent, I wouldn't put up with these motherfuckers. That's not the point.
First of all, bless you for being the guy that says, welcome to Costco. I love you. Have you ever seen Idiocracy?
Yes, that's why I keep going with that meme.
Welcome to Costco. So first of all, bless you. But second of all, a lot of these people are not interested in being convinced. Okay, so at some level, there's nothing I could tell you that's going to convince a lot of the coworkers. All right, because they are just not in the business of being convinced. It's overdetermined.
But in a way, aren't you kind of doing the same thing that they are?
How?
Because you're saying any reasonable officer should have known their position to the car. But when I tell someone that has cop family backgrounds and that know people in law enforcement, they would tell me, if they told me almost the same thing you're telling me, is that any reasonable officer would shoot in that case. Who's right and who's wrong?
So they're like, but what, there's no like objective. When people use the term objective in this reasonable test, it isn't a reference to like objective in some greater sense that like presuppositionalists use it or whatever. We just mean a kind of like intersubjective agreement among people who are removed from the situation and under a reasonable person standard. So there's no like epistemically correct answer to this that the universe tells us is true. Okay, so let me just put that to the side. You can either agree with it or not, but just like all we have to do is alter the facts a little bit, and all of a sudden it will make sense. And I'll tell you why. Suppose that someone, the person on the bottom left here, this person, bottom left, right? This person says he was about to hit me, and that's why. And so he's the one who actually shoots. He was about to hit me. Would you say that's reasonable?
In that case, no.
Okay. Why would it be?
You were pointing
bottom left, right? And the reason you would say no is
like 8 feet away.
Yeah, no. And the guy says, "Well, no. You see, here's the problem. I thought he was about to hit me. He was coming right at me. That's what I thought was happening." What would you say to him?
Okay, but to say to him, you're probably full of shit. However,
no. But in virtue of what?
Let's go with what you're saying. Because distance and then making a reasonable assessment of how far away.
Right.
Here's the problem. No, I'm agreeing with you, but here's the problem with what you're saying. The person in the back, because of distance, because of angle, because of everything else, that person has less an ability to say that as opposed to the person that is in front of the fucking vehicle that is maybe
no. Grant that. No. I grant that. This is just to prove the point, right? So, but like, what if you could read his mind and you actually knew subjectively he thought the car was coming towards him? He subjectively thought that. You would still reject it, right?
Well, then you have to. This is argument for taking away that ability to say as long as they're afraid they can shoot.
Well, no. That's never been the standard, my friend.
In some cases, it is, depending on the line of law enforcement.
No.
Okay, if that's not here, I'll take your word for it.
It's an objective test, which means it doesn't matter that he subjectively thought it, right? So this bottom left cop in the hypothetical that I've proposed it's that he really, really does think the car's about to hit him and it's in front of him, right? And you can read his mind and right? You know that he actually thinks this. You would say, notwithstanding his actual, that we can prove, subjective belief that he was about to be hit by the car, we would say it's still not qualifying for self-defense because an objectively reasonable person in his position wouldn't have apprehended that threat because an objectively reasonable, in virtue of what? Well, in virtue of the fact that an objectively reasonable person in his position with, the senses that he has would have a better perception of the relational distance between him and the vehicle. Hence, an objectively reasonable person, before firing, has at least some, and we can argue how much, reasonable apprehension of himself and the distance to with his target, at least on some level. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to distinguish them.
Because of the angle that we have here, his clear object distance from the vehicle, we have the ability to do that. True. What I am saying is the ability to easily shoot down the dreaded Chud arguments on this from the other cop's angle and position in that video is lessened because you cannot see him. He is closer to the vehicle, and therefore they have more ability to suggest he was justified in taking the stance
relative to bottom left guy, no doubt. But the question,
relative to bottom left guy.
Yes. But yes. The question is, at the moment he takes the shot, I think an objectively reasonable person knows that she's turning away, knows that he is in no danger, and that relative to the vehicle, there is not a high likelihood at all that he is going to be.
Okay, hold on. Have you ever seen? You're probably going to tell me no. Somebody in the chat at least knows what I'm talking about. And this, just please go with me for a second. Have you ever seen when like I can't think of the streamer's fucking name. It was like something Greek or something like that. Have you ever seen one of the XQC style streamers when they do one of those iCam things where they'll put hot chicks on the screen and then the thing is to see whether or not the eye goes down to the cleavage?
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Okay. I think short of the ability to do something like that here, I don't know how you prove it for the guy on the far side. Like
really?
Yes.
No. But the question isn't whether the question is what an objectively reasonable person in his position would apprehend. That's the question.
I just don't know how you prove it.
Well, what do you mean? You make an argument and you say, you ask a jury, like, do you think
if
in
I
that
go
moment?
Okay, that's the argument. Okay, no, I'm with you. I'm agreeing with you. That's the argument, and I think that's how you go about it.
So here's how I might frame it. Okay, this cop, he was watching this woman turn the wheel to the right. He knew he was not in any real danger. He knew where he was relative to the car. He wasn't directly in front of it. He was standing off to the side of it. Yes, as it's pulling out, it's unclear whether or not he gets bumped by the car. But if he gets bumped by the car, he knows that he's not about to be run over, given that he is a human being standing and watching the car turn to the right.
So I'm asking the question, is the argument that he got bumped prior to shooting?
That's what some people are saying, is that he gets bumped right before he shoots.
Because that defeats that argument. If you're getting hit by the side of the car, if you're getting hit by the side of the car, and I'm asking the question, if you're getting hit by the side of the fucking car, at that point you know you're not going to get run over. Unless you're trying to suggest, and this is where this credibility or credulity at this point, strains credulity.
Well, the front on the side, the front, but like the not the like, do you know what I'm saying? Like a part of the left side of the front of the car.
The corner. Okay. So unless the argument is they had reason to think that she was going to speed up, get clear, and then throw it in reverse, then no, they don't have there's no reason to continue shooting. I agree on that.
Or to start shooting is my point. But yeah, certainly to continue shooting, especially when, I mean, look at some of these shots. Some of these shots, he's like, the car is so clearly past him. You need to justify those shots too. Those shots need to be justified. There's nothing, right? I mean, we were only just talking about the first shot, but even if I say I grant the first shot, okay, fine. And the first shot, a reasonable, it's a full like second and a half. He's walking alongside the car.
I Googled it, and this is something maybe that someone will throw at you in the future. Okay, and maybe you already know these two examples, but there's a Plumhoff versus Rickard, and then a Graham versus Connor.
Oh, I know these cases.
They both essentially. In my Wikipedia AI Grok AI,
yeah, these are
research.
Long chases and shit. These are long chases.
But they both. So again, I want to hear.
Don't do AI with me, fucking Rob GPT. Why are you doing this to me?
I'm doing devil's advocate because I want to know what people are going to say so that I can shoot this shit down. That's why I watch you, right? So but both of those basically suggest that until you think the continuation of the threat is over with.
No doubt.
So if someone were to turn around and say,
but the facts matter. 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 Why are you lecturing me about this? Why are you lecturing me about this? I know these cases.
Cop makes the claim that they were going to throw the vehicle and they didn't know whether or not the woman was going to throw the vehicle in reverse and try to back them over. So therefore, until she stopped the vehicle, that
this would justify shooting any vehicle. This would justify shooting any fleeing vehicle, which there's case law that rejects this.
Sure.
Yeah. So it proves too much.
So the answer is in those cases refutes it.
No. It doesn't refute those cases, right? Because these self-defense inquiries and these justification and use of force inquiries are very fact specific. So in some of the cases you're talking about, there's like a wild 20-minute fucking chase through suburbs it's like a deadly chase in and of itself at insane speeds. Like that persists for time and time.
No. So Plumhoff versus Rickard.
Oh my God.
After the suspect's vehicle spun out and was temporarily boxed in, so came to a stop.
After
they attempted to flee again.
After what?
Officers to fire three initial shots at the vehicle.
So after what?
After a chase.
After a long chase, right? After a high-speed chase? So what did I say? Did you just? What did I just say that you?
You're starting from a position where the vehicle has been brought to a stop and is boxed in.
No. Right? But in that situation, right? You have evidence of a course of conduct which is inherently dangerous, and where this person is a continuing threat. That kind of evidence is not existent here.
Okay.
You understand? That's why I said these are very fact specific, right? In the Plumhoff case and the case before that as well, we actually I think in my law school class, we actually watched the video of this chase. It's fucking insane. It's an insane chase. Those facts are nothing like these facts.
Okay. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. But don't just AI this shit. I mean, fucking.
I'm not. No. I'll tell you up front if that's what I'm doing. There's a difference. I'm not playing this off like I'm an expert. I'm trying to ask because I want to know what you're going to say, but I'm telling you in advance that I did it. There's a difference between me and
I'm going to lose it at some of these regular chatters. Pisco has no theory of mind. He can't grasp that people are saying there is a reasonable argument that might convince a jury. Not anyone agrees, just that people thinks he will get off. Hey, X natural phenomenon X. I never said 100% he's guilty, gonna get fucking punished and all this shit. I never said that no jury will ever hear it. I'm just making the argument from my perspective. X natural phenomenon X. Hey, X natural phenomenon X. Find me ever saying 100% this guy's gonna be fucking guilty. Find me saying that one time, you fucking dipshit. Sorry.
No, that was great. Okay. Again, this I'm not. That's it. That's all I really had. I'm not trying to approach this to defend the person. Blah blah blah. But if I have access to someone that has the legal fucking background and depth of knowledge and things like that, and I know for a fact I'm going to run into fucking people that are going to defend this to the nines. I'm trying to channel.
You're going to deal with it no matter what, my brother.
Well, no, I'm sure, right? But that's the point. Trust me, I've sat down across from people that were hardcore Trump supporters, and I got someone, he's like, well, I have some very specific religious beliefs. And I'm like, go on. I have, go, lay it on me. And I sat there for 3 hours listening to someone talk about how Trump getting a second term in office was crucial to his very important religious belief that he was going to help bring about end times prophecy. And I'm like, tell me more. Go ahead. Go on. And if you have access to someone with unique points of view or good knowledge on something, you should want to try to pick. Tell them to come on stream to say, "Hey, I'm going to come in. Yeah, I'm gonna run into shit like this." So again, it's not that I'm trying to defend anything. I'm trying to fully flesh out.
I think you're a closeted.
The bullshit I'm going to have to hear.
I think you're a closeted.
Don't do that shit, because then fucking Hutch's fucking editor is going to have another dipshit fucking YouTube short where I get fucked in the ass over shit I didn't fucking say.
Oh,
so
shit.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry. I won't do it.
Love you, buddy.
Hey, appreciate you. Peace out. God, sometimes my regulars trigger me the most because I've seen X Natural Phenomenon X and Ogre Boy too. Just so you guys get an apprehension, right? The training aspect can be relevant. Definitely, it can be relevant. But it needs to be channeled through the ultimate inquiry, the legal inquiry, which is the deadly force standard. Right? So you understand this at like, and I'll get the next person disagreements as well, so just chill. So we have the framework, right? Murder causing death. All right, we got that, right? Then we have the malice. This is like a conditional yes, intentional. And then we have the justification. This is the only thing that matters left, right? And it's like a checklist, right? If we have all three, the prosecution wins, right? You get the conviction. So the question is, who wins on justification? Is it the defense or is it the prosecution? Putting aside the procedural throat clearers, all of the fucking, are they going to bring charges? Where is it going to be held? So put that to the side. So the only thing that we're looking at is the test for justification. And the test for justification is the deadly force test. Okay? And so that's the only relevant element left that almost certainly is like, will not be, maybe there'll be some causation thing. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Maybe there'll be some other procedural hump. But thank you so much for the super chat. Can you see me? If so, go bass fishing. Appreciate you. Everything, every other thing, to the extent that it's not like, I don't know, establishing a foundation for other stuff, but that is relating to the fact of issue that will determine the case, needs to be channeled through this test. So training could be relevant insofar as it's relevant for the deadly force test. But what you shouldn't turn the deadly force test into is some kind of like free-wheeling inquiry into the equities. Into equities. You're like, what the fuck does that mean? Don't turn this into, should they have been there in the first place? Did he cross state lines? Do we think that they followed procedure in approaching the vehicle? Unless and to the extent that it goes into the deadly force test. So some of you might have been surprised that I went the way I did on the Breonna Taylor case, which is to say, unfortunate, probably a lot of bad stuff went into the decision to execute that warrant that day, but not murder for the officers at the door. And if that surprises you, it's because you're not realizing that I'm like single-mindedly focused on one specific thing in the context of this discussion. You understand? So don't turn this into a freewheeling inquiry into equities. That can be relevant to your ethics. That can be relevant to your political protest for sure. That's what the protest might be about. Yeah, sure. And there are ways in which I can think that the training is relevant to the test, but not just your mere violation of some trading protocol creates liability for murder. So don't forget that. And yeah, it all needs to be funneled through this deadly force test. You get me? I hope that makes sense, folks. All right. We'll do Chimera and then Shark, and then we'll probably call it. What up, Chimera?
Yo.
How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. How about you?
Well,
Yeah. So I've been watching just pretty recently, so I haven't seen like your whole stream.
Yeah,
And I think you've done a good job of like outlining like the facts of the case and some of the arguments and why they don't work. And I'm actually just gonna like concede to you that I don't think that there's a solid self-defense case in this instance.
sick.
I think where your argument sort of, or at least you haven't covered it as far as I've seen, is that under, I believe, Tennessee versus Garner, it's ruled that the police officer has the valid use of deadly force if there's a risk of death or physical injury, not only to the officer but also to others.
Correct.
And in this case, there's the subject is clearly like fleeing the officers,
Mhm.
and it's winter time. There's snow on the ground. I don't necessarily see how a jury would rule like without reasonable doubt that the officer could not have seen like a risk to injury of others, given the sort of like how instantaneous the event was. There's like people around. We've seen in the video that there are people around, and the subject is fleeing.
Not in the middle of the
So I
road,
don't.
though. So I hear what you're saying, right? So, and I agree with the legal what you're saying, right? That
Yeah.
reasonable defense of others is also a justification, as opposed to just self-defense, right? There's a self-defense that, especially cops, right? Sometimes cops have an affirmative duty to protect others, right? So, I definitely would recognize that that would also be a style of justification that turns on similar kind of inquiries, but just applied to other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I think, though, is that you need to be very, very careful with the line you draw. In the actual case that you're talking about, we have, again, another very high-speed chase where we're exceeding speeds, beyond normal speeds. What this says, 100 miles an hour. A chase that lasts 5 minutes. In the video, the person nearly strikes 29 other drivers, strikes 2 different patrol cars, strikes another patrol car, and they collide again with a cruiser of another officer that then goes into a parking lot. So you have a lot more facts in that case that would establish this kind of threat to public safety that I've always acknowledged. The problem, though, is if you grant it in this case, it seems trivial that in every case in which a suspect is fleeing from police officers, why wouldn't this swallow the rule? If your theory of public safety extends to this case, why wouldn't it apply to any case in which the subject is fleeing the police?
Well, I'm not sure if it wouldn't, all right? Because we know, like, police officers are like trained that like these types of like chase scenarios are like very dangerous to public safety. That's why they try and like de-escalate and like not even chase the suspects in sometimes. But that's under the assumption that there's already a sort of high speed like chase underway, not one that's about to unfold. So I think that especially if there's one that's about to unfold, like you can stop it use of deadly force, but you can't just like shoot a high speed car just
Well,
while it's
I
on the
understand
road.
Well, I understand that it's easier to shoot a car that's slower. That's not the question. The question is, why does this public safety rationale, in your mind, I think that you are conceding that you think it applies any time a suspect is fleeing in a vehicle. Is that right?
I think it could apply anytime. I don't know of any, like, especially if you're trying to like prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that a police officer could not see it in that way. I think that there could be this defense at the very least. I'm not sure how a jury will rule in this case in particular. And I will accept like whatever the jury says. Like, I don't know what I would say in this instance because it is, they are driving
Well,
pretty
I'm just
slowly. I
asking
think
your
they
view.
could.
I'm not asking about in relation to the jury. I'm not asking about what the officer would say. I'm just asking you, do you think that it's reasonable under a public safety rationale to use deadly force against anyone attempting to flee police in a vehicle?
It would depend on the instance, I guess, but you would always have that defense. And what I'm saying is that, like, in this case in particular, I don't necessarily see why, like, how you would reach a verdict like beyond a reasonable doubt. That's such a high bar, you know? I guess that's where I'm getting caught up on is like you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that an officer could not view it this way.
Not that he could not
And
view it. No, sorry. No, it's what an objectively reasonable officer in his position
yeah,
would
objectively,
perceive.
even if like the objectively reasonable officer, like if we use that
Would an
situation, like
objectively
I don't.
reasonable officer in that position think that this person posed an imminent and deadly threat to the community?
I think it could see it that
Not
way.
could,
Could you not? They're fleeing.
would you say that this person, that an objectively reasonable officer in the position of the officer that actually fired the shot, that an objectively reasonable person in their position would have perceived a broader and imminent deadly threat to the rest of the community?
I would say so, yeah, because it's a chase scenario. Do you not think that chase scenarios are like very risky and like potentially dangerous?
I think that chase scenarios are risky, but they don't, I think, for me, reach the threshold. A mere vehicle chase does not reach the threshold of deadly self-defense unless you have more facts. If that person is maintaining high speeds for a long period of time, if that person has already shown a disregard by crashing into others, if that person is known to be wanted for like some kind of murder charge, if that person is I don't know, to be intoxicated, these are different things that I would look to, but I don't think that a mere chase makes it justified to use deadly self-defense. I mean, think about like I'll give you the example, the chase for O.J. Simpson. Deadly force justified?
I don't know that case well enough.
O.J. Simpson chase in the white Bronco?
No, I don't.
You don't know
I've
the O.J.
only
Simpson
looked
case?
into this. No.
Yeah, no, I think it proves too much. And there's other case law that suggests that that hang on, I'll try to find it, but there's other SCOTUS case law that I think suggests the opposite. SCOTUS. All right, let me try to find. I'll try to find it, but entertain the crowd for a second.
All right, we see YouTube chatters. This caller has not thought out this argument. Just because you're fleeing the cops does not mean you should get fucking clapped every time. I mean, I agree, but you're just like asking if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that an officer would not feel that way.
I'll try to find it for you. I think there was actually a recent case about this.
Yeah, if there is a more recent case about this, I'd be interested to hear about it. I just did some sort of like more recent research, like within the past, the day of this.
It's not a per se rule, though. I will say, even under the framework of this case, I think it's the Graham case. Hang on a second. I think it's Connor v. Graham. Let me try to find it. Or Graham v. Connor. Even under the Graham v. Connor case, it's not per se that you are necessarily. Oh, Scott versus Harris is the case where we watched the video in class, but it's not a per se rule that just because you're fleeing, you get to use force. Whatever the test is, it's not that.
Fleeing, I would imagine you have to have like a risk of like in a vehicle, yeah, but like
you can say
running on foot, you're not running on injure.
Yeah, why not? Like someone running on foot could be a danger, right? Like it's all that is. It's not a per se rule. Totality of circumstances rule, and I don't think that we've ever found that case, mere flight in a vehicle without other indications of violence and recklessness is enough. But I can keep looking at case law.
But I don't know. It just seems to me that an officer could come to that conclusion, and therefore I feel like
not could. Stop. That's not the inquiry. So every time you say it, I'm going to keep. So
okay.
You have to say an objectively reasonable officer would come to the conclusion that there is this imminent threat to public safety that poses a significant threat of death or serious bodily injury. That's what you have to say.
So for the Unjustia, Tennessee versus Garner says that if the officer has a good faith belief that the suspect poses a significant threat,
yes.
So I don't. It's a good faith belief, not an objectively reasonable officer would.
So
right.
An objectively, so the test for deadly self-defense is always objective and subjective. So it's.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I remember reading a second case, which I think you cites that you're correct on that. I don't remember the specific case. But yeah, I do think that
might be in the context of qualified immunity. Is that where that came in? So if it's in a qualified immunity decision, that's different Because this would be a criminal
no,
case.
I do. I think you're. Yeah, Graham versus Connor said.
No,
Came up with the
which case are you
objective
talking about with the good faith belief?
Good faith belief was Tennessee versus Garner.
Garner.
I don't know. Can I put this in a chat somewhere? YouTube chat. But I do think that you're correct.
You're not using
later it was
AI, are you?
you can read the text on the page. It says, under the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, a police officer may use deadly force to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject only if the officer has a good faith belief that the subject poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. I'm reading that from the link I just sent you in YouTube chat. But I mean, you can accuse me for using AI all you want.
I will.
I cited my source.
Wait. So what is the page number of where you're reading it?
It's a website. It just says the primary holding.
So are you reading from the opinion or not?
No, I'm reading the primary holding of this website.
Okay, you need to give me the opinion. So you need to give me the opinion, what the opinion says, not what some summary says, right?
I mean, do I really need to? Is Justia
if you're citing it? Wait. Is Justia giving you the opinion? What is it giving you? What are you reading from? Do you know?
It's giving you. It says primary holding. It's. I linked you exactly what I'm reading off.
Just DM it to me.
It's not a reliable.
DM it to me. DM me the link. Yo, I'm saying hi. Yo, it says you can't be delivered. Message me. I added you as friend.
Delivered. Okay. I don't know. I thought this would be a reliable source, and I didn't necessarily. This
contains the opinion. One sec. Only if. Oh no, but this is a annotation.
It's like a site. Yeah, it's not like the actual PDF of the entire. But it's still like. Do you not think that this is a reliable source?
It's not language found in the opinion, so it's incorrect, right?
Okay.
You
I mean, if you want to be that pedantic about it.
No. You need to find language from the opinion. So this says under the fourth. So this is the primary holding under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. A police officer may use deadly force to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect only if the officer has a good faith belief the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or others. I'm looking for that holding in the actual opinion itself.
I don't have the opinion. I'm
looking at. I'm looking at. One second. Just chill. There's no rush. There's no rush. I'll actually pull it up so people can read along. There's no rush. I'm chilling. Are you in a rush?
Yeah, I'm chilling too. I don't know. I just thought that I didn't need to necessarily read the entire ruling.
I'm not saying you need to read the whole ruling, but you need to cite language. If you're making a single, they say good faith. They didn't say objective reasonable, right? So then
I think that's a fair criticism.
Yeah. Okay. Whenever an officer restrains the freedom of a person to walk away, he has seized that person. A police officer may arrest a person who has probable cause to believe a crime was committed. Of course, the government interest is more likely detention. Okay. In cases about the intrusiveness of seizure by means of deadly force is unmatched. Suspect's fundamental interest in his own life need not be elaborated upon. The use of deadly force also frustrates the interests of the individual and of society and judicial determinations of guilt and punishment. Against these interests are ranged government interests in effective law enforcement. It is argued that overall violence will be reduced by encouraging the peaceful submission of suspects who know that they may be shot if they flee. Effectiveness in making arrests requires a resort to deadly force, or at least a meaningful threat thereof. Being able to arrest such individuals is a condition precedent to the state's entire system of law enforcement. Without in any way disparaging the importance of these goals, we are not convinced that the use of deadly force is a sufficiently productive means of accomplishing them to justify the killing of non-violent suspects. The use of deadly force is a self-defeating way of apprehending a suspect and so setting the criminal justice mechanism in motion. If successful, it guarantees the mechanism will not be set in motion. And while the meaningful threat of deadly force might be thought to lead to the arrest of more live suspects by discouraging escape attempts, the presently available evidence does not support this thesis. The fact is that a majority of police departments in this country have forbidden the use of deadly force against non-violent suspects. The use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable. This is a holding of the court. It is not better that all felony suspects die than they escape. Where the suspect poses no immediate threat to the officer and no threat to others, the harm resulting from failing to apprehend him does not justify the use of deadly force to do so. It is no doubt unfortunate when a suspect who is in sight escapes, but the fact that the police arrive a little late or a little slower afoot does not always justify killing the suspect. A police officer may not seize an unarmed, non-dangerous suspect by shooting him dead. The Tennessee statute is unconstitutional insofar as it authorizes the use of deadly force against such fleeing suspects. It is not, however, unconstitutional on its face, where the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a threat of serious physical harm either to the officer or to others. It is not constitutionally unreasonable to prevent escape by using deadly force. Thus, if the suspect threatens the officer with a weapon, or there's probable cause to believe that he's committed a crime involving the infliction of threat and infliction of serious or threatened infliction of serious physical harm, deadly force may be used if necessary to prevent escape, and if, where feasible, some warning has been given, as applied in such circumstances that it would pass muster. It is insisted the Fourth Amendment must be construed in the light of the common law rule, which allowed the use of whatever force was necessary. Blah, blah,
Okay,
blah.
why are you doing this? I'm already conceding that a later case said that it was objectively reasonable. That, like,
Yeah, I know,
I
but
don't
I'm
know
just.
why we're doing
This
this.
is interesting. This is interesting.
Okay.
In evaluating the reasonableness of police procedures under the Fourth Amendment, we've also looked to prevailing rules in various jurisdictions. Blah blah blah. Let me control F for vehicle. Car. Never mind. Anyway, yeah, this isn't just saying. So, just mere flight is not enough. So we need to find some other case law for the notion.
And I agree with that 100%. And
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
saying that mere flight is enough because, as I said,
Okay.
if you're just pursuing on foot, there's no real danger. But if you're driving a motor vehicle, then there is. That's
Okay.
all I'm
So,
saying.
do you have any case law for your notion that using deadly force in response to flight in a vehicle is per se enough?
No.
Okay.
This would be
This is just
like
your
a jury
opinion.
analysis. This is like that's just my opinion. If I were a jury, that like if you're to flee in a motor vehicle, that poses a risk to the public, and well, more specifically, like something like a car. I don't know if I would say a motorbike would pose serious injury,
Why? You could
like a
kill
threat to
someone.
serious injury. I mean, maybe, but like I don't know. It's like it's a lot less of a. It's like a a fuzzy line there, but I mean, at the very least, I would say like, flight on a car could, and if I'm looking at it from the eyes of a jury, I don't know if I would say like beyond a reasonable doubt, that he would be guilty because I think it could,
Do you think that most
or
police chases end in death?
I think they all pose a serious and threat to bodily harm to the public. Every single one of them.
Every
Yeah.
single one.
Well,
And-
okay. Every single like motor, car chase. Yeah.
Okay. I disagree.
But I don't know. It's like you're looking at this through the eyes of a jury, and you have to like make a very fuzzy determination. I just don't know if you're going to be able to convince a juror, like a jury, that he's guilty in this case because of the threat to public safety.
I think. Does it surprise you that they're not like arguing that? They're arguing that he threatened him and tried to kill him.
I don't know. I mean, he hasn't even been charged. I don't know if that's what his lawyers are going to be arguing. I'd be surprised if that's what his lawyers would argue, because there's a much better defense for it.
Is that she was trying to flee?
Well, she was trying to flee. Do you not agree that?
I think she was trying to flee, but I don't think that makes it like that she's a risk. She could be fleeing in a way that is totally safe and driving safely.
I mean,
if she flees by driving safely, would you say that they're justified to shoot and kill her?
I mean, if the officers are observing her driving safely, then no. The idea is that like it could evolve into that situation where she's not driving safely. And they're on foot. They would have to like terminate the situation before it reaches that situation. Like you're not going to be able to nullify the threat
I think
after
there is.
she's like.
I think there is
Sorry,
case
go
law, by the way, that that contradicts the per se rule that you're suggesting. But
What is it?
I will find it and produce it for you.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm pretty sure I
I'm
read
not married to this belief. Like if there is like case law that like the prosecutors would bring up saying that hey this is not enough, then you
Pretty
prove me
sure.
wrong. I'm just going based on like what I know at this current point, but it's not enough because it's not a lot. I'll admit that because I just did research today on this.
I'm just doing some search parameters. Okay. All right. Any other observations of my state of beliefs or anything you want to bring
No.
up?
I think all your other analysis is spot on. I think if you're able to like disprove this point, then like yeah, absolutely,
Hell yeah.
fuck it, put him in jail.
Fuck yeah. All right.
And
We're
I
close.
do think that like all the rhetoric from Republicans are just absolutely disgusting on this. Like saying that she like deserved to die and whatever.
So you think it was
but-
wrong, even if you think it was justified?
Yeah, of course. Like in the benefit of hindsight, you can see that like she would probably just flee and like no one would have been harmed. So like obviously I don't think that he should have in the benefit of hindsight, but in that situation, I'm not necessarily of the opinion that you can say for sure that a reasonable officer would conclude otherwise.
Okay. Perfect. Hey, thank you so
Yeah.
much. I appreciate your input.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Later,
Take care.
bro. All right. We got a couple more, and then I think we're good. Yo, what up, Shark?
Hey, yo, what's up?
Hey, yo, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Okay, so I think I'll just start with stating like what my position is, so then like we can sort of go from there. So sort of like the other people, I'm not even gonna try to defend the second and third shot.
Okay.
I think with that we've essentially seen a murder. But I do think that an objectively reasonable person, in terms of the first shot, could have thought that they were at risk of danger.
Could have or would have.
Actually, that they would have thought they were at risk of danger.
Of serious bodily injury.
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
And the reason why I would say that, and I say this specifically from like what the point of view of the jury would likely be, is that if I were in his position, I would have felt that way. And we're going to assume this is what I saw from, like, in my opinion, from the video. I saw him get hit by the car, and that's roughly when he fired the first shot. And if I get hit by a car, like, the things that are going to be running through my mind, and I consider myself reasonable, so that's where that's coming from. Like, the things that are going to run through my mind are, this car just hit me. I could possibly, like, fall in front of the car and get run over. The car could possibly run over my foot and crush a bunch of my bones. Like, there's a bunch of different things here that I feel would put me at serious risk of danger automatically by being hit by a car. Kind of like what the first guy said.
Okay.
So is there anything there, like, I know you said earlier that you like disagree with that like being hit by a car doesn't automatically in your mind.
Now, what if you're grazed by a car?
If you're like great.
Yeah, you're like bumps. It doesn't hurt.
I don't know. So for example, like if you were hit by like the headlight or something, or like, I probably wouldn't think that's serious risk, but I feel like if you're in front of the car to any degree, and I feel like, for example, I think that he could have easily, especially since there's ice around, like, could have thought or would have thought that he could fall in front of the car, get run over, have his foot get run over, and I think those are highly likely scenarios. I don't think these are, like, low percentage possibilities. I think these are, like, decently high percent possibilities that he could feel put him in risk in that moment.
So, I'm just inquiring as to whether it's a per se rule or not. That is, if you are grazed, not in this situation, that we're talking about, but just in general, if you're bumped by a car, you wouldn't say per se it's justified to use force after, right? By which we mean in every case.
So what you're trying to say is that would I think that in every single case in which you're grazed by a car, you should be able to use deadly force.
Right. Just because you're hitting by a car in one instance just doesn't justify use of force after that incident per se. And the more time afterwards, the less reasonable, right? So if you're even imagine like a full on like a guy hits the cop and then drives off and that and later on, is stopped by other police, you couldn't just go up and shoot him, right? Just even if he hit him.
Yeah, but I think that's because at that point, like if they've already driven off, the danger has the clear and present danger has subsided. But I think that
the bump has to indicate the danger, right? The bump is only relevant insofar as it informs us about the danger, right?
Correct. So from what I saw from the video, it looks like he fired the first shot when he was hit by the car. And in the moment when he's hit by the car, I think it would be reasonable that he thinks in his mind, I could fall, I can get my foot run over, all these different scenarios that could put him in harm's way.
So, but did you just answer that it's not per se unreasonable? So, in other words,
yeah, automatically, no. Just being hit by a car doesn't give you the justification to shoot them after they're driving away. That's why I don't think that the second and third shots are reasonable, obviously.
Perfect. Okay, that makes sense. So in this case, after he's bumped, if he's bumped, we're assuming he is, right?
Correct.
It doesn't appear to be very hard, right? It doesn't look like he was shaken. Doesn't look like he is unable to walk. Doesn't look like he's hurt at all, right? No indication that he was hurt.
I think that in the moment of adrenaline, it would be very easy to walk it off, but it could still have been incredibly cars are heavy. I've been hit by a car before and it wasn't that hard. That's hurt for a while. It's not fun.
Okay, so after he's hit, do you think that hit would cause an objectively reasonable person, again assuming he's hit, to think that he was in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that. And the reason I don't think that is because I think even after the hit, he appears to know that he can jump to the side. He appears to be, I think a objectively reasonable person would know in relation to the car, he is not in its direct path. And that at the time he shoots, he would have reason to know that she's turning to the right. And therefore, that to the extent that there was a contact, A, part of the contact is of his own making. And B, so he's directly involved in that causality. And B, that he should not.
Wait, can you explain that part where he's directly involved for how the contact was initiated?
No, not the contact being initiated, but in the causality of it occurring. I mean, he's walking in front of the car to stop it. Presumably, I'm not saying that that's illegal in and of itself, but that he's not directly in front of it, and he's able to step to the side of it. And at the time he takes a shot, that he is reasonably under the apprehension that he's not going to be run over. Notwithstanding the bump, he doesn't have any good reason to think that the contact is going to persist. And in fact, it doesn't.
How would you say for sure, definitively, that in that moment when he's bumped and when he shoots, that he couldn't or wouldn't think that he could fall, get his foot run over, or any of these other things that okay, let's ask this in probabilities. If you were to say as a percentage, what % chance do you think that he could potentially fall in front of the vehicle from the bump or get his foot run over, just any other injury in relation to
that's before the bump. Hang on. That's before the bump. We have to analyze it when he took the shot, which was after the bump. Agreed?
From like first again, from the way I saw it, it was around like essentially exactly the same time. Like it might have been like the only difference that I would see would be like reaction speed. But like I don't think that he would have had any time to like think about it and process it beyond the fact that he's just been bumped.
Let me pull this up.
Okay, I'm watching
It's
your
a-
screen share.
It's a half second, but okay. So we're told that the bump happens like where?
I would say about right there.
Okay. All right, and I'm gonna play it.
So that okay. I'll try to keep track of the
Quarter
time.
speed.
So there, I think that's around where he gets. So it's about like
It seems
like
to
a
be
second.
It doesn't seem like. Does it really look like he's hit hard or hit like? Where is he hit? In fact, where are we alleging that he's hit?
I think it looks more like he got hit in the video from further away. Now, if it turns out that he wasn't hit at all, like my line of inquiry like essentially fails completely, and I concede that. But
I just don't know why the hit is that relevant. Like he's hit in like kind of a minor and a way that doesn't seem to hurt him. It doesn't. It looks like the intent of he would perceive that the intent of the woman is not to continue to cause him any fear. It appears clear that she's going towards the right and not attempting to position the car in such a way that it poses a threat. So bump or no bump, I just don't understand why that's critical.
well, I feel like
She's going at a low speed too, as well, turning off, and it's like a glancing hit if it hits.
I mean, okay, so at the end of the day, the person who's going to decide like what an objectively reasonable person is going to be like the jury, right?
No, yeah, no, but that's why I'm like, let's not get into that. Let's just you and me talk.
So strictly from my opinion, just from being like grazed by a car, like from it's not like the very front of the car, but like we'll just say the corner of the car at the angle at which the car was going, I would feel personally as if I was in danger. You could have a completely separate opinion, and I mean, there's no like way to determine either one of us is right unless like we ask God, right? And I'm not even religious, but
if he felt he was in danger, why didn't he just like run the fuck back? He felt he was.
That's an incredibly good. I mean, that's an incredibly good question, but I don't think people make 100%.
He might not have a legal duty to retreat.
Correct.
He might not have a legal duty to retreat. But the question is, if he felt he was in serious bodily injury, like there was a big risk here, why did he not just like run away? It feels like he seems like he feels like he's in control, and he's like he's not. He's not really acting like this.
Well, that's also like before the bump, like when he continues to stand in front of the car when it starts accelerating towards him, he sidesteps like a little bit, but he also like takes time to like pull out his gun and all that. You can say that he should have emphasized more on getting out of the situation and de-escalating. And I would
tell me if this feels like the causality. He sees the car, he steps to the side, pulls up and shoots. He steps when he's in a position of safety and shoots.
Wait, she's hold on. Let's
and it's
let's
slow.
play the video back for a second because I thought he drew out the gun when he was. See, it looks like he drew out the gun when he was.
He draws the gun, right?
Because if he sidestepped and then pulled out the gun and shot, I could see the argument for why the first shot would be also.
He pulls out the gun, sidesteps, and the shot comes right there. Boom. Car's turning away. He's fine. He's it takes half a second for him to completely remove his, like, in no time remove his feet, and he's like totally. The car was never going towards him; it was going to the right.
Yeah, but once again, like presuming he got hit, and obviously you just have to grant that because I've granted like if he didn't, then the whole thing falls apart. But assuming he got hit, I think that a reasonable person could assume that they could fall over from said hit, have their foot get run over,
No, but
like
at the time,
still be
no,
they're
but-
still at risk of like injury.
Okay, but at the time the shot is taken, are you telling me he's shooting the shot? When he's shooting the shot, do you think that he's like on firm ground to take the shot and is firing responsibly?
I'm not. I wouldn't be able to say definitively. I think that
That's a different problem.
Like,
because he needs to be wielding the gun responsibly, and he needs to be firing it in a condition in which it's likely to have, an effect on this threat. That's. It's also unclear to me that shooting this person, to the extent that he's fearing something, is going to alleviate the threat. Have you ever thought about that?
okay, that's something I wanted to ask about later, because aside from our argument, there are some things that I just wanted to ask you, since you have like, I'm pre-med, so I know like fuck all about law, if I'm being completely honest. So I want your stuff to like get informed. So there were some things that I wanted to ask you, and I feel like this didn't get brought up all too much. Like I watched earlier today, I think it was Crystal and Kyle, and they were talking about how like, legally speaking, like you shouldn't be like, a cop shouldn't be shooting at like if they're at the front of a vehicle, the vehicle is like accelerating towards them, they shouldn't be using lethal force no matter what, because if they shoot and kill the person, like the car's just going to keep moving and they're going to hit anyway.
Right. That's right. So you many of the cases when you're talking about when they're doing the lethal thing, it's to stop the vehicle, they're doing some kind of like tap on the vehicle from behind to do a kind to get the vehicle to literally stop. So that's sometimes what they'll do. And so they'll shoot it to stop the vehicle. They'll use a technique either to put things in front of the vehicle or to tap it from behind in such a way that it spins out of control. That's what happened, I think, in this in one of the Supreme Court cases. But or they have him in the parking lot and they shoot at him like before he can get away because he's already shown this kind of inherent dangerous tendency. But it's not clear to me that shooting someone for the kind of fears that you're citing would be necessary or at all have a tendency to alleviate the threats that you're talking about. It's not clear to me. Like, why would it be the case that shooting someone who is turning to the right alleviates the kind of threats that you're saying of like, I don't know, you might feel like you fall under. It doesn't seem like it's related to that. It seems like, do you have any reason to think it's less likely for you to be hit or struck by shooting this person in that way? It doesn't seem like it. At least it's not intuitive to me. That makes sense? So there's two things here. Okay, so I just want to draw it out so in case people aren't following. So there's two things. So the first question is there like a risk of serious bodily injury or death?
Or death.
Right? And then two is your use of force reasonably
gonna reduce that?
Yes.
Okay.
Right? Because you would agree. If there's a risk
I'm going to ask you about part two, because you haven't actually explained that on stream yet. Once again, I'm not a legal person, so and you kept saying like this is the big thing: is the reasonable assessment?
Is it reasonably
like,
necessary? Yeah. So this is usually obvious in whatever case you're doing, right? Someone is coming at you, lunging at you, and so you shoot them to bring them down to get them to stop moving. So this part, isn't always as fought about, but you just have to imagine a situation in which like force needs to be reasonably necessary. It needs to effectuate the aim, right? It needs to actually be responsive to it. So granted that there could be some risk, but if firing a gun towards a person doesn't alleviate that risk, and it's not clear at all what it's doing to prevent the risk, in what sense is it necessary? Right? Reasonable necessity. Why is that necessary? So I'll find some case law for this too. By the way, as we were talking, I also found at least in the Sixth Circuit. I found some other stuff in the Ninth Circuit that I can show you, showing that the previous caller that there is people who case law specifically on the points that we were talking about. So I'll find the case law on
there are some things that he said that I thought were like kind of insane. Like I feel like because he was essentially almost justifying like being able to use like lethal force in like essentially any chase scenario.
Right.
I feel like that's kind of crazy.
And so we can read just real quick this paragraph since I'm interested in it. Just real quick. The Sixth Circuit has developed a consistent framework in assessing deadly force claims involving vehicular flight. So this is the Sixth Circuit. There's also related case law in other circuits. The critical question is whether the officer has objective. Look at this, not good faith, right? Objective reason to believe that the fleeing car presents an imminent, other key word, imminent danger to officers, members of the public in the area. Deadly force justified against a driver who objectively appears ready to drive into an officer or bystander with his car, but generally not once the car moves away, leaving the officers and bystanders in a position of safety. Unless the officer's prior interaction with the driver suggests the driver will continue to endanger others with his car. Sixth Circuit has found deadly force justified by prior interactions demonstrating continuing dangerousness only when the suspect demonstrated multiple times he either was willing to injure an officer that got in the way of escape or was willing to persist in extremely reckless behavior that threatened the lives of those around him, citing various case law in the Sixth Circuit. And I can find case law from other circuits, but it just to me is absurd, the notion that courts are going to accept this kind of per se rule whenever you're fleeing. So just be aware of that. But that's kind of a tangential point here. I'll also find case law on the aspect of necessity that's entailed by this test, but it must be both. The kind of force that you're using must be tailored to actually effectuate the risk that's coming towards you. Now, maybe you have a good reason in that you're trained to believe it will. So an objective, this is where maybe training becomes relevant, in that if you're trained at this kind of stuff, would lower the risk, then an objectively reasonable person in the officer's position would think that doing this was reasonably necessary. So then obviously then that incorporates both the subjective and the objective elements of it. But it's not clear to me that the shots fired when they're fired would have any tendency to lower the risk of the threats that you're talking about. You get me?
No, yeah. Well, I wanted to ask you about that later because once again, I didn't know that you needed to meet both criteria.
I will find the case law that specifically suggests it.
But it makes sense. And once again, I heard that from like Crystal and Kyle too. But I mostly watch them because I find them entertaining. I don't think that they're like. I don't go to Kyle for like legal analysis. He's more of like a shit poster.
Right.
Like, that's why I wanted to ask you about it.
Right. So just imagine the following situation to really get your intuition. I'm going to pump your intuition right now. Right. So have you seen Watchmen? Do you know the Watchmen story? Okay. You
could like summarize it, and I can.
All right. So there's a point. I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's a point at which like there's potentially a device that can go off, and the device has already been like sort of activated, and in the moment, you're the cop who's trying to get the bad guy or whatever, let's say, and you know that there's an imminent. Let's say that you're in the blast zone for whatever this device is. But the device is already going off. So there's absolutely, right, a risk of serious bodily injury or death to you. You're in the blast zone, let's say. Yeah. But shooting the person who caused it just is not going to affect anything, right? You've already, let's say, apprehended him, or you've already put him under, he's already like under your custody. Shooting this person isn't going to alleviate the risk of serious bodily injury or death. And when you think about it that way, it's like, oh, obviously, right? Like, any kind of force
you can make a moral argument, but not like a legal argument for it.
Yeah. So the intuition makes sense. Like when you think about those, that's why I use those kind of ridiculous hypotheticals. It's like, oh, obviously, right? Like force doesn't just need to be in response to a threat. The force needs to be tailored to actually address the threat. That's what needs to happen, right? Like the force needs to be proportional to a thing. That is to say, have a tendency to lower the threat in some respect, right? Like imagine that you actually did the thing that increases the threat. That for whatever reason, shooting this person increases. Then clearly it can't be justified. Like let's say that you shoot someone, and for whatever reason, the facts this person's the Hulk. You know it will cause them to rage out and like kill more people. That can't be justified. So you just have to think about both of these things as well. It's not just the risk itself. It's the tendency of the action to alleviate it.
No, yeah. That was good. I wanted to ask you about that. So the fact that you clarified that is great. There are some other questions I have that are like sort of like outside of like our disagreement. This is gonna be a little bit like more political, but it's still relating to like the same incident. Do you think that it would be possible to charge any of the other officers in the incident who basically just sat there and let her bleed out? Because I don't know if you saw the videos, but like she was like in her car, like bleeding out for like an incredibly long period of time, and like based on everything I read, like that's what she died from. Like she didn't die from like the initial shot; she like died of blood loss, right? And
Yeah,
like
I'm not
no
sure.
officers were tending to her. And I feel I could be wrong, but I thought that like if an officer is like the first person to like a crime scene, and like I think most of them are trained in like basic like first aid abilities, like wouldn't they be like required to tend to her?
The general rule in the United States is there is no criminal culpability for failure to act in general. That can sometimes not be the case, and there are certain exceptions. As when you hold yourself out with some sort of affirmative obligation, so let's say a babysitter, right? That's like one of the best examples. Certain kinds of like negligence of children situations, certain professional responsibilities, or if you cause the thing that puts the person in the situation, there can be affirmative obligations that can entail some kind of criminal culpability or even civil culpability or anything like that, right? So the answer is I don't know is the true answer. Whether there's ever been a theory of homicide that turns on a failure to act, and that was something that they were trying. That was like kind of like a sub theory in the Chauvin case, but I'm not sure how it would work. I'm not sure if it's been done before. I know that it's like people have talked about it before, but it's in general and contrary to the normal American rule of not implying affirmative duties. But we'll have to see. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's all. That's basically what I wanted to ask and learn about and argue about.
Sick. Well, I appreciate your questions. I hope that you thought that they were addressed.
Learn something.
Yeah. And if not, thank you for watching. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Later.
Peace.
This is super late. I don't know what. Okay, debate board. Yo, what up? Are you drunk? You drunk? If you're drunk, you can't talk. You're muted. Okay, bye. Just give me a second, sweatpants. I'm just gonna run through these real quick. Yo, what up, Savage?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, if you remember, I was the one who was asking you earlier about
Yes.
the Yes, I was just wanting to, I guess, get. I think I understand, and there's not really any disagreement there. But I guess I was wanting to ask about how does that, I guess, affect policy going forward and just general with ICE, and then also, I haven't seen too many people talk about this, but what were the facts on the ground of what that lady was doing prior to the video that caused the ICE initiation to begin with? I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff about like how she was like blocking something, and people are alleging that she was like tracking them or something. I'm not sure why it's strictly speaking relevant though.
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant to the conclusion. I think we're in agreement about that. So it really isn't to that. I guess the reason I guess I'm curious about is because when I went back to rewatch the video, I see the woman is waving traffic to go around her.
Yeah.
And so I don't see the justification for saying she's blocking traffic. Maybe she was waving non-ICE people. She was only wanting to block ICE people, but even in the video, she's not even blocking the whole street.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's where my question is coming in, is that like that document that you highlighted for me says basically that ICE officers have the ability to arrest citizens if they are witnessing a felony.
No, it doesn't say felony, it's crime.
Oh, any crime? Okay, but yeah, any crime. And so I'm assuming in this case, the crime would be impeding an ICE investigation, correct?
Maybe, or
I guess
yes, I mean, possibly. They could be detaining her under reasonable suspicion as a Terry stop, which has a lower proof standard. It could be a number of different things. To be honest with you, it's not relevant to the analysis of deadly force really that much, unless you can show like
right.
that they had like a vendetta against her, and he was like. So there are cases in which maybe it's relevant, but and it's certainly maybe relevant to like the fact pattern, the background, so people, so like the jury will get an understanding of what's going on. I'm sure they'll like mention certain things, but
Mhm.
I guess I don't know your question. Is the question is like, was this an illegal arrest potentially? They did
Yeah,
attempt to
yeah.
place her under arrest.
That's what I'm more getting at because
Oh,
I think my intuition about it is it seems as though there's enough instances of like I guess like interpretation of things getting stretched to where it feels like these ICE arrests and things they're them come in contact with civilians. I mean, it's getting kind of scary. You know
yeah,
what I
no,
mean? Like,
I mean, I just think that like
but
for
that's what
me,
I'm getting more at.
it's not even that interesting. I feel like they're doing illegal arrests
Yeah, yeah.
everywhere. So I just possible. I don't know. I don't know for sure that it's unjustified as an arrest, and until we know the facts, we can't know if it's illegal.
Because I think that at least that it doesn't change the outcome and like determination for the shooting. I mean, it's really superfluous because it's like even assuming that their attempt to arrest her is 100%, in line, everything, the shooting itself is still unjustified. So it doesn't matter in that respect, but it does, I think, kind of color the whole situation and the narrative around it. That if he really was truly like blocking, like physically stopping them from, which I don't even know what they were doing there. If was it just a general patrol? Were they after somebody in particular? That paints a different picture than if this woman was just kind of more or less minding her own business. Because like I said, from the video I see, it doesn't even appear that she's fully blocking the road. I think if without any extra information, and you just saw that video, it could look like she's just pulling out of her
Yeah,
driveway.
you should just not take
She
a
could be
position
trying
out
to
of
turn
it.
around.
You shouldn't take a
Yeah,
position
yeah,
until
yeah.
you know the facts. You'd be like, it's not clear whether it's legal or illegal as an arrest, or what the PC or reasonable suspicion is for the stop or the attempted stop.
Yeah, and I didn't know if I was just missing the facts. That's why I was going to ask if you knew them. If you had any more.
Certainly not enough to make that determination. Just like rumors and innuendo,
Okay.
but nothing like what I would need to determine whether it's legal or not.
Yeah. Okay. And so and then I guess I'm just going to ask to clarify regarding the ICE agent's authority or whatever. They have less authority than other federal officers, but just like it's more specific, I guess. Is that the question? Or do they have the same authority as other federal officers? They just have a different prioritization on what they investigate?
Yeah, like different federal officers have different arresting authorities as creatures
Okay.
of statute and authorizing statutes, that kind of stuff. Theirs is specific, obviously more specific to like immigration related offenses, but they also just have
Mhm.
general authority to arrest for any kind of crime against the United States in front of them. So
They have to witness
pretty-
it. So if an ICE agent is sitting in a bar and they overhear someone say Tim
that's
is
like
doing something,
yeah, that's like a less clear situation. Yeah, I'm not sure.
yeah, I think that's what because my initial intuition was like, okay, ICE is specifically for immigration things, but then it's like, well, okay, yeah, of course they can enforce if they literally witness somebody shoot someone. Of course they're not, they're still a law enforcement, but then it's like you say it becomes unclear, these separate as there's
like when
steps
is it in front of
between.
you? If you're told something like outside right now,
Yeah.
like is that enough? Does that count? I'm not sure.
Okay, all right,
But
I think that's all.
Large. But I
Yeah.
if we get more facts, we could also analyze whether it's an illegal arrest or something. My guess is it probably will be a legal arrest. That's my
Mhm.
strong suspicion. But certainly, if it was an illegal arrest, I think that's another reason to be against what ICE was doing.
But what it feels like that what it kind of feels like could be something that is legally makes sense. Like if we're going by all these things, is that they can just send ICE to go broadly patrol an area, and then they can kind of loosely interpret anybody who is, I guess, not 100% compliant with how they want you to act as, okay, well now you're stopping our investigation, and it very quickly becomes where it's like, well, ICE is not about enforcing any type of immigration law. It's just simply,
Yeah. I know the
You can-
concern. I know
Yeah.
the concern, and trust me, I understand the concern, and I agree with you.
Okay. But thank you for answering the
course.
question, and I appreciate that you offering the document earlier. Actually, there was
Of
it was a
course.
big contention with Hutch's stream, and so I was able to bring it over there
Oh,
and
really?
help out there.
What did he say?
Yeah.
He wasn't too happy with me earlier.
Oh, it wasn't with Hutch. It was just like some of the
Oh, the
chatters. Like
community.
earlier in the stream, there was a contention with a chatter and Hutch about ICE's authority with civilians, and that's what made me think and like, well, actually, I'm not sure. And like my intuition was that maybe their authorities were more tailored than what they ended up being. And so that's why I asked you.
No, and you have to
Yeah.
understand, like, it's probably a good thing that they have that authority. Like, if you were to, I understand that how they exercise it is concerning, for
Mhm.
sure, and how they're funded and how they're staffed and how their policies are. But in general,
Yeah.
I'm okay with like federal agents having general arrest authority if they witness a crime in front of them. But I hear the concern as applied in our current reality.
Yeah.
But I hear you, and it was a good question.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you.
All right, appreciate it,
I
brother.
want to hold you up.
Yeah, of course.
No
Later.
problem. Bye bye.
All right, we're gonna run through a couple of them. Who is this person? Yo, what up? Rutzi. Very fighty.
Hey, I have a question.
Hit me.
Okay. If the presence of ICE is unconstitutional,
Mhm.
would there even be a case to make that she was obstructing?
Yeah.
Like, I guess
Oh, that she's obstructing, or that it's justified.
both, I guess, right? Because if their very presence, if what they're doing is illegal, and I got in a debate with someone earlier about this, and I wasn't totally sure of my position, but I feel like in the way in what they're doing in Minnesota, why they're there, how they're operating,
Mhm.
would obstructing them or delaying them or interfering with them be even considered
A crime.
illegal? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it. I think it probably would be. So, yeah,
Because like the hypothetical I used was like if an ICE officer is robbing a bank, it's not obstruction to stop them from robbing the bank, right?
oh sure,
Like the actions they're doing have to be within the realm of constitutionality.
I
for that.
see. So, yeah, it's a good question, right? So, like, the question is, in a situation in which there's not even a colorable argument that law enforcement is
Mhm.
trying to enforce the law. In that situation, could there be any kind of crime against someone who's attempting to stop what is so clearly not
Correct.
even under color of law, an attempt to enforce the law? Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't have an answer. My guess is probably not, but my guess is it's probably like a high standard, right? Because anything less
Mhm.
than a super high standard, it's going to be like, okay, so I can't
Yeah,
resist arrest for an
that would make
illegal
sense.
arrest, and no one really, everyone kind of grants that the time to contest an arrest is in the courtroom, and
In the
you
courtroom.
you can resist. There is such a thing as resisting arrest for an illegal arrest, and so
Yeah.
that's my intuition, is that it's probably a very high standard, but I don't have an answer. It's a good question.
Okay. Well, shit, because you were the only other person I could think of
No,
that might have the answer.
I can look it up, but just because you're a lawyer doesn't mean you
find
know all law. Yeah, my guess
Yeah.
is that like
Let me know.
there are cases of like police officers quote unquote arresting someone and then going off to like try to like sexually abuse them, or to try to like they're
Yeah.
actually serial killers and shit.
Yeah.
But so like I'm guessing shit like this has happened before that we can find it. But I just probably think that it's a very high
Yeah, 'cause I
bar.
understand you wouldn't want, to put law enforcement like to hamstring them too much,
Right,
right? That
right,
like
yeah.
every, like you can make a claim against every arrest that blah
Yeah.
blah 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 blah. But I just think that in this case it's so like ICE is so blatantly outside of the realm of constitutionality that it could be there. I just don't know where to
With
find
what?
it.
With this specific action? I don't
With
have a
the whole
reason.
thing, like I think generally in the whole way they're operating currently, right?
I wish I could agree with you just like generally. I think there's a lot of things that they have done that I would characterize that way.
Mm.
To me, even though we don't agree necessarily with all the policy, I don't know that I'm going to apply my general disdain for ICE and a lot of the unconstitutional things that they're doing to like necessarily infect every action they do. And here I
Yeah,
have no
that's fair.
reason to
That's
believe
fair.
that the particular actions they were doing were
Yeah.
unconstitutional or anything other than authorized by law.
That's fair. I might be a little overly zealous in my hatred of them because I fucking hate
I hear
them.
you.
But
No.
I was just, I will let you go because it's super late. But I just wanted to see if one, that was a valid question, and two, if you had any knowledge of it. So thank you for ungaslighting me.
No, for sure. It's a good question. I don't think it applies here. I think that we should presume that what ICE's actions are doing prior to what's going on here are, unless we have a reason to think that they're doing something illegal, I still am going to like say that you guys are scum, that they're Gestapo fucks, all that shit. But I would just like not make any kind of affirmative claim that they didn't have authorization to take the kind of action or to be where they are. I would stop short of making that affirmative claim. I wouldn't just assert that what they were doing is legal, but I wouldn't deny it. I would just be agnostic as to what they were doing and say, I'm not making a claim as to whether they were doing something legal. I just know that this is murder and just keep it to that. And if there are additional facts, maybe they support you and maybe they support ICE, but it doesn't really that much affect our consideration of the murder. Thank you for the raid.
Okay, cool. And if you find anything, DM it or post it in the owner's
I'll send it your way. Thank you so much. All right, keep it real. Okay, thank you. A Bitter Shark is rating with Party 20. Appreciate you. We're closing down with our last couple callers. Do not join, otherwise you will be destroyed. Sweatpants, my guy, an OG.
Pisco, how you doing?
Yo, what up, brother? How you doing?
It's pretty late.
I know
really
it's
late.
It's really late. I just figured I wanted
Are
to
you
give
gonna
you guys
be ready
content. For yes,
for the
it's Saturday
word war debate?
Yeah, bro. It's in 2 days, bro. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I've been prepping.
Okay,
I'm like Batman with prep time. All right. Oh, you're worried about me. Is this like a courtesy go to bed thing?
No, I'm concerned because
don't be concerned, bro.
It's where the best go to bang, and I'm just.
Did you hear any of that fucking?
Dude, that Twitter space was amazing.
Holy shit!
Did you listen to Malali?
No, because I had to run.
He came after you. Yeah.
What did he say?
He was like starting the debate. Like he was basically like, you should have. It's
Should I hear it? Should I listen to it on my own time?
Yeah, you got to listen to it because he was like basically starting the arguments.
What a little fucking.
He was like naturalized citizenship is like bullshit or whatever. I'm not characterizing it.
I'll listen to it.
You should listen to it. Yeah.
I will. Yeah, I should have been there. No, I'm prepared. I will do more preparation. For those of you guys who are subbed, if you join the Discord, I'm posting more stuff. I will be posting more stuff in my prep section, so you can see like what I'm reading to prepare for it, and that's something that you're able to get access to if you're subbed. So enjoy that. But
I will say, and I think I put in the chat, like it was like a stark difference between like the tenor of the Twitter space and you swearing.
Yeah,
like you came off as like someone with a potty mouth, and I didn't know if that was like what you were going for or not.
Listen, they told me for it to be like the UFC, and so I was just trying to be like a little colorful and to do a little bit of a break from masturbating with them. Like everyone was like, "Oh my god, have you ever heard of debate? Debate is so important. We love debate." Blah, 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 blah. But like, they told me this was supposed to be like drama UFC type shit. So that's what I did.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was going to be like the fucking.
I didn't know if that was what you were going for, because Rob, after you got off, I don't know if you listened, but Rob basically called you a heel, and he was like, "Yeah, Pisco's the bad guy."
Wait, what the fuck? So because I swore,
okay, you gotta listen back. Yeah,
okay.
No, not just because of that, I'm sure, but like he basically said, he was like, "Yeah, Pisco is playing the heel."
Well, listen, management text me and were like, "You were great. You were so funny, wonderful." So
you were great. I agree.
Okay, well, I I didn't know I was inappropriate, Sweatpants, but no, I'll check to see what their comments were. Maybe they
no. my perspective is for good content. So when I
Yeah.
say you're great, I think it's great. I think that the heel is a great addition to the content.
I happen to agree, and I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to. I'm not looking forward to getting there like 2 days early, whatever. But oh well.
2 days early. It's already 2 days. What do you mean?
Yeah, so I have to go tonight.
Hey, are you gonna like drive there now? What are you talking about? It's
No,
like the 10th.
no, like the night of the 8th.
It is the 8th.
It's the morning of the 8th.
Okay, my bad.
You're trying to gaslight. You were trying to fucking say it's the 10th. You need to go there now. You fucking sneaky motherfucker. All right, but no, I will.
Like just get back from Mexico City. I wouldn't have
Yo,
considered
¿cómo te
going.
gustó? ¿Te gustó mucho o no?
Yeah, I use Google Translate.
Ah, no
when I was
hablas,
over there. I
no
wasn't
hablas
very-
español. What a
Yeah,
shame. What a
hello.
shame.
Muchas gracias. Yeah.
Then listen, I appreciate you. I love you. Let's talk soon. And I thank you for the support and listen to that fucking Twitter space.
Okay, and this recent thing,
Yeah.
I'm pretty much on your side. Merles had a lot of very good arguments against you.
What do you say?
Basically that the ICE officer was in danger of his life, and he was like fully justified.
Yeah, because he always agrees with the cops no matter what. It's not a big surprise.
I mean, I think he has a good point. There were people arguing against him that were making like weird claims, like cops shoot 10,000 dogs per year, and I didn't know why they were bringing that up.
Yeah, because people who talk to Merles who get like triggered and they do emotional things, but they just have to stick to the facts.
Yeah, but I think the key argument is like whether objectively the cop actually would feel in fear of his life, right? Like
Yeah.
that's really the only fact or the claim to argue on.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
And I'm on your side on that. I think it's like pussy shit to think he was in fear for his life.
I'm looking at these. This doesn't look like it really hit him.
Even if it did, like the car was going like 2 miles per hour. Like I don't understand. Like
this doesn't look like it hit him.
I think if it hit him, it hit his like outstretched arm that is like in a weird position to like point at her face. It's really weird.
Well, this is. I don't know if it hits him. It's so crazy. All right. Yeah, I'll have to talk to Merles about it.
All right. Well, appreciate you. And
Appreciate you.
Good luck at the where the best go to bang.
We'll be banging, and if you get a $200 ticket, you can meet me at the party, at the after party that apparently they're having. So, get it. But thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yep. Peace.
Bye. All right, and final. This is the final. Do not join or you'll get destroyed. Silent Death Monkey. What up, Silent Death Monkey?
How you doing, Pisco?
Good, bro.
Actually, one of the things I wanted to say was what you guys just talked about at the end there about how I'm not conceding that he was hit.
Yeah, I don't
watched the video. I don't think it hits his body. I think like maybe he had his hands like outstretched on the car, and maybe if his hands were like his elbows were locked, maybe it like
he might jump back from him moving backwards, or like the recoil of the gun, or I don't know. I'm just not seeing it hit him.
Yeah, me neither. Also, I'm wondering, let's say body camera footage comes out in the future.
I don't know if they
and it
have
shows-
that. Does ICE have body cam?
I don't know. But let's say any footage comes out later and it shows it doesn't hit him.
Yeah.
Then does that mean Secretary Noem lied when she said he was hit and treated at a hospital? Because like, what would the treatment
Well,
be?
he might have gone to the hospital to get a fucking lollipop and a BJ or something, but who the fuck knows? Like, I just consider these people liars in general. To me, it's not that significant to the analysis because I never put much stake in the fact that whether he's like slightly tapped or whether he has contact with the car, to me, isn't like a significant part of the analysis. And so the revelation that he wasn't like really hit, as we understand it, doesn't change much for me. It might shut up some annoying people though.
Yeah. And also, like, if you can shoot and get out of the way, couldn't you also just get out of the way and not shoot?
Yes, there is no duty to retreat. The question is like, is there a duty? Like you do have to do actions that are reasonably necessary, and there is like proportionality. Is stepping slightly to the side constitute imposing a duty of retreat? I doubt it. But for me, like the fact that there's so many ample opportunities for him to just like step to the side indicates the degree of risk that he's facing. This is not some life or death moment. And even like we said before, to the extent that he's at risk, it's not clear that shooting stops that risk, whatever the risk is.
Yeah, I
You know?
don't think it. I think that increases the risk of her like having a accident and hitting someone else.
Yeah. So you need to actually make the. So why does shooting this person end the risk to this person, to the cop or to the officer or whatever? I'm not sure that is. That's not intuitive to me.
Yeah, I think like best case, you could say he wasn't thinking rationally because he
Right.
was in fear for his life. But like,
We have to take it
I
from an
don't buy that
objectively
personally.
rational officer, not just a.
Okay, well,
like
that's good that that's in the
blood.
law.
Yeah, bloodlusted or fearful one. I mean,
I'll-
not to say that
Go
you
ahead.
can't have like reasonable fears, but not like a particularly like skittish or I don't know, anxious person. It's a reasonable, objectively reasonable one.
Yeah. Also, I feel like he put himself in front of the car when he should have known that she was probably going to come out of reverse and put it into drive. Like the reason you go in reverse, with forward, because people, when they're in their cars, they're driving forwards almost the entire time. The only time you're going backwards, is so you can then drive forwards right after. So given the direction the car was going backwards, given the stop, like don't you just know that the forwards is about to come, and that's where he positioned himself?
That's where like I'm not sure if there's a duty to retreat in that sense. So like to not approach from the front, such that it would affect the analysis. I pretty much think that that it's not as relevant as people think. Maybe it's relevant to the intent of the person. Oh, he was trying to make a situation such that he would be able to shoot her. Maybe it's relevant to that. But I'm not sure if it's relevant beyond that.
Okay. I also have one unrelated question, if you don't mind, on the daycares.
Which daycares?
The Somali ones with Nick Shirley and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
I was wondering if you thought these Somali daycares that he basically outright accused of fraud, like factually, can they sue him?
Well, truth is an absolute defense. Did he falsely label a charity a fraud when it wasn't?
No, well, not the charity, the daycare.
Or the daycare, sorry, my bad.
He has said verbally many times that he uncovered fraud. He put in the graphic in his video, it listed a dollar amount, and it said how much money that daycare stole. There's no ambiguity. It just shows in the graphic, this is the amount of money stolen by this daycare. So it's like written in text and like verbally throughout the video.
So it seems like, so if you're represented that's false, then it would be a false statement of fact. And the question would be, is it defamatory in its nature? Yeah, it's accusing of a crime, right? It's accusing of fraud. It's defamatory defamation per se in that sense. Maybe there's a fault requirement to the extent that it bears on a issue of public concern. Not sure about that, but could they sue? I mean, the question is, could they file a complaint? They can file a complaint. Will it be successful? I'd have to know more facts.
Okay, but maybe you didn't. Did you watch the Nick Shirley video? I
watched part of it, but not enough to know that what he said was like very clearly false. So I would need like the actual statement, what he accused them of, before I make any kind of like determination as to that.
Oh yeah, I understand. That's fine. Okay, well that's all I really got. I appreciate your time.
Well, I appreciate you, Silent Death Monkey, as always. Good questions.
All right, have a good one.
All right, later, brother. Debate Board, I already brought you in and you were muted, and I have to go to bed. And I'm mini from Hutch. If you came from anywhere, where else? Pondering politics. I love you. And if you're just a peace squirter, I love you too. But I have to go to bed, bro. It's like almost 4 a.m. I have shit to do. Sorry. I tried bringing you on. But stay cool and just come on either tomorrow or whenever I stream, either at the hotel or whatever. But you can come on Debate Board. Sorry, I don't have time. Love you. Bye.